Boom, bam.
Wow. That gave me the goose chilies.
That was pretty awesome. That's you see, there you go. Look, Shadows got hyped up by the intro.
Let's go.
Intro, intro. He couldn't figure out, but he's so hyped up he couldn't even spell it right.
I feel that. How's it going?
What up, everybody?
Welcome. Today we have our Season 4 Tournament of Champions, where we take our top 4 players from our Season 4 League play, and they play down in this epic showdown for that final chapter to crown that Tournament of the champion. So, exciting day. We got some awesome games today, and excited to be here with everyone. So,
Yay. We'll see who takes it.
I concur.
How are you guys feeling?
I had to change my background. Everybody's got their own environment. So I was like, I realized, you know what? Why am I not in the myrrh? So I switched to the myrrh.
Well, that's how you're. So you're feeling shaman today. Got it.
I guess so. Yeah. I like Melly's background, just like the way it forms in the circle and everything. It really looks like it's above you. Yeah, it just fits.
Yeah, it's just that good, huh? So awesome. Well, yes, we got some great games coming up today. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, right? See who we got going on here. So yes, we have in that top spot, we have Shadow, also known as Shadowfoot. He is from the Sorcerer class. Let's go. And he topped it off. He was pretty much undefeated. Yes, he was undefeated throughout the entire season. I can proudly say that I did give him a round loss as well, or I believe anyways, he reigned at top there, taking it down with his very aggressive play style. Really showed to be very much a factor throughout any games. So shout out to Shadow for holding it down all season long. And then we have some familiar faces right below as well. We have our Season 3 Tournament of Champion Drywall holding it down. Very consistent player, always in that top 4, finishing up at 34 points. And then just below we have Eric as well. He has been another consistent. I mean, Eric and Jalil, everyone up here, top performers. So great to see Eric return for another shot at the championship here. So, and then rounding out our top 4 is Jalil, just at 32 points. So very tight top 4 finish here. So very excited to see how these games play out. Will someone dethrone Shadow and for a big upset? Very excited to see that if it does, or Shadow's just going to keep doing Shadow things and finish just the way he started. So
Shadow gonna shadow for sure. So but yeah, Drywall is always fun to see. You never know what he's going to bring to the table. He locks in with a deck throughout the season, changes some things up. Who knows what we'll see. So excited for that. Wild card. And then Eric, usually we saw throughout Season 4 here, he was given the Shaman class a good run. So just based on what we've seen from him all season, could be a Shaman deck, could be something different, and that's the exciting thing to see how it plays out there. And then Jalil as well. Again, I have to give a massive shout out to Jalil, because when I think of Jalil in this game, I think loyalty. And Jalil, through thick and thin, has always stuck with his Viking class. He is a Viking, blood, soul, everything. He always supports those Vikings. So that's what I would expect to see. Would love to see him take it down here. So we got some great players, and who knows what decks we got cooking, but excited to see how they unfold here. Yes, sir.
Cool.
I'm excited.
Most definitely.
It's gonna be a battle, and it's crazy that they're all only 1 point from each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, so if you're newer to the game or getting into the game, how this was structured is when you win a round, you earned a league point. All right, so and there's 3 rounds in the game. So the first 2 rounds you can win a point, and then you also get a third league point for winning a game entirely. So what this looks like in this top 4 with the 1 point difference is literally just a round win versus a round loss. It's not even a game win, game loss. It came down to a singular round there. So very tight finish. So
impressive. It's been an impressive season, I must say.
Most definitely. And this was cool too, because this was our first season too, where we took our core 4 starter decks. If you're newer to the game, newer to Battle Bunnies and Seither Chronicles, we released our 4 starter decks. We have the Valkyrie starter deck, the Viking, Shaman, and Pirate starter decks. So this was our first season where we pretty much opened up the gates and allowed the players to make their own custom builds based on their strategies, play styles, really let it let them have at it. And we saw some incredible decks, very unique builds, very aggressive builds, different styles. So it's interesting to see how that finished up there. So, and then
Optimus is repping the Vikings.
What's up,
Let's go.
Most definitely. So yeah, those Vikings, they're definitely aggressive. They can hit hard. What's going to be interesting to see here is what we noticed throughout the season is some of that pacing. How quickly can you get some of those, get your board filled up with some of those creatures, and then Shadow displayed over and over is just that aggressive approach, trying to get weapons on early, quick, and just kind of beat down your opponent to where they can't catch their breath, and you just kind of overwhelm from there. So
yes.
Yeah, a lot of people experienced it, but it's great. It's good to see different strategies and where people view value in some of these different cards and synergies and stuff like that, and how they pay off, right? So, we can definitely expect to see more of that, and and then there's other strategies too. There's some sneaky pirate builds swirling around. There's some different shaman builds. But yeah, pay attention to that pacing, seeing how many creatures can get into play. We're going to see lots of Call to Valhallas. We're going to see lots of Embers, which was a big Valkyrie card that a lot of people utilized in this tournament. Didn't matter which deck you were running. Ember is a Valkyrie card that allows you to replay a treasure card that is in your feral pile and then shuffle it back into your grimoire. So you're able to play a Call to Valhalla, then grab an Ember and just kind of cycle there. So you're off to a very, very strong start, getting a lot of creatures in play. So we're going to see a fair amount of that, I'm sure, mixed in with some other techs and other strategies. So, and then before we get started, let's go ahead and take a deeper dive at some of these, the final 4 players' stats and what we can expect based off this information here. So let's take a look. Let's start off with Nightfall here, who was our fourth place finisher. He finished up again at that 32 points. Nightfall had an incredible run here at the second annual Seither Cup, but with a top 4 finish, was undefeated through phase 1 of that tournament, was looking very, very strong, and definitely had a great finish there at the top 4. And then again in the season 1 and season 2 finalists. So Jalil has a nice little group of accolades there, looking to tack onto that here this afternoon. So with that Viking build, Nightfall had an average SPR. So SPR is your Seither per round. Okay, so this is accumulated through all the games throughout League, and we were able to kind of accumulate an average. So, and it would break down just kind of what to expect from each player from each round. So here we see this 17. It was a lower start, but then in this round 2, we really saw him ramp up and get off to a solid round 2. And you can also see over on the right of it, the round win and loss. Even though he had 17 Seither, he still had a positive win-loss ratio here. So Nightfall has a very strong hold on that first round. And then again, being almost just about 50% with that round win-loss. And then round 3, just about just over 50% on that as well, holding down. So Nightfall is proven to be, has discovered a very consistent build with that Vikings class. So really no weakness other than maybe just the average Seither per round in that round 1 might be challenged there, as we see some other players with some different numbers. So hopefully
doesn't seem to matter though, because he's winning most of the time.
Absolutely. So, it's and that's what it is, right? You can have these crazy games, these aggressive games, and all of a sudden it's 10-8 or something like that, and you win. So we'll be interested to see there. So, and then let's go ahead and take a look at our 3rd place finisher, which is Eric with the Shaman class as well. He also finished at 33 points. He is a Seither Cup finalist in that second annual Seither Cup there. It was that showdown between him and Mr. Tony Pepperoni. Tony did squeak out that win. So Eric, very strong finish, very strong performance throughout the entire tournament there. So and then, of course, we were saying with that consistency and that top placement, he has been in the Final Four in seasons 2 and 3. So nice little set of accolades there. And then we hop down to our SPRs and our win-loss ratio. Again, Eric, pretty much a nice even split, 50-50 on that round 1. Definitely dominating a bit more in his second round of plays here. We see almost double his win-loss in round 2. So very strong round 2. And then again, in that round 3, we see just about double in the loss ratio. So Eric, I would say, is looking for that round 1-2 win to seal the deal here this afternoon. So, and then the average Seither per round is pretty fair. Somewhere in those low to mid 20s is where we're going to expect to see a lot of these rounds going to. So, and then also playing that Shaman class has a very different type of control approach. So you're not really going to see too much high Seither from Eric here, but it's going to be more of that control, and he's going to find alternate ways to take down the game here. So that'll be fun to check out the Shaman matchup. And then let's go ahead and head into Drywall with our 2nd place finish at 34 points. He has quite a list of accolades here with that Seither Cup. That first annual Seither Cup, he was a finalist. And people who are newer to the game, who are curious and getting involved, let me tell you something real quick. That was his first weekend playing the game, getting exposed to everything. He caught on super fast, loved everything about it, and crushed it, and ran over the field and was able to find Tony in that final matchup, just coming short there. But wow, what an incredible finish from Drywall there. And then also the 2nd annual Seither Cup with a top 8 finish. So strong placement there. He is definitely looking to take down that 3rd annual Seither Cup this year. I'm absolutely excited for that. And then he is no stranger to these tournaments and league play. Season 1 and 2 finalist. He was a preseason champion. And then also last season 3, he was finally able to be crowned the Tournament of Champions champion.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah. So if Drywall wins today, we're going to have to make this graphic just a bit bigger to fit that another trophy on his shelf there. So Drywall mostly sporting those pirate classes. Nice, strong. If we take a look here at his average SPR, his round 2s are super strong, coming in at 30.8 Seither per round. So very cool. Very aggressive start there. We are seeing a lot of artillery from him. We're seeing a lot of tall pirates, very aggressive play. This is the comeback king. He is, even though he does have a strong finish in that round 1, going 9-5, again, almost double his loss ratio. He is known to come back. You see that round 3, 6-4 in that 3rd round. So, Drywall is nothing to sneeze at here. Do not lose faith. Drywall has got a plan. Don't you worry. So very excited for the homie there to see how he what his approach is today.
It's almost like it allows them to win the first round, just to like throw them off a bit, you know?
Yeah,
just give them a false sense of.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool aspects about the game too. You know, it's a bit of cat and mouse. You know, it's okay. It's not end of the world if you do lose that first round. You do have some comeback, reset the playing field. You know, you have some different ways you approach each round. So, and for Drywall, he finds comfort coming from the bottom. So I wouldn't doubt to see some similar performance today. So let's go ahead before we hop into the game here, and let's finish off strong with our first place finisher here, Shadow, coming in at 55 points. And Shadow here is newer to the game. He's newer to Battle Bunnies, but he absolutely made a name for himself right off the bat. Incredible person here, even better player. Shadow is a very experienced card game player. So we see some of the most consistent and highest average Seither per round here. Nothing below 24 Seither per round, which is absolutely incredible. And then you just take a look over at that round win-loss ratio. And
that's crazy.
The only thing with this is that round 3, 1-0, is because he never saw that round 3. Very seldom. He was able to seal the deal in that round 1 and round 2. So that circles back to his aggressive play style as he just full gas, pedal to the metal, rounds 1 and 2. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's another round loss in there lurking somewhere. That's why we hit the point. But again, yeah, aggressive approach, aggressive strategy definitely pays dividends here with his and he was doing the first half of the season, he was doing a lot of Shaman, his custom Shaman build, and then he discovered the Valkyries and never looked back. So again, those Valkyries took over in that third in season 3, in which Drywall took it down, and here they are again in that top spot. So our 4 classes that are represented today are we have our sorcerers, we have pirates, we have shamans, and we have Vikings. So I'm curious to see what everyone in chat is feeling today. Who is your favorites? What are you looking for? You know, I'm super hyped, so very excited. And then yeah, so all right. But I think we're just about to get ready to hop into our games here.
Let's see it. Come back, Nar.
Our first match this afternoon will be between Shadow and Nightfall. So we have our first Valkyrie versus Viking matchup, tried and true classic battle. So get your... Also, too, we have we have some goodies later on throughout the stream. So stick around and stay tuned for some of those little tidbits, little snacks we got planned, and it's going to be an exciting afternoon. So,
yep, and comment below who you think is going to win, and if you get it right, you get a Dark Seither chest.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, now you got the information, you got the stats. Now we can do this, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, awesome.
All right, let's see that field, Melly.
Okay, well, let's give me just a moment. Tap in with the boys.
Okay.
No, I don't. I think Nightfall's got to go. There we go. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, just give me a quick moment. I'll be right back, and we'll hop into the game here. There we go.
All right, I see some names coming. Is it going to be Shadow or Nightfall? Drywall says to live. Here. And if you guys aren't already, make sure to hop in the Discord. That's where all this is going down. You can play the game online with us on Tabletop Simulator. You can help build the game. Got some exciting stuff we're going to be dropping later for you guys. What are you drawing, Frank? You want to show it real quick?
I could show it real quick.
We all want to see it.
Let me see. Here we go. Can we name this card? I know a lot of you are fans of this card.
Whoa. Wrong answers only.
Yep.
Jack's chest.
Okay, that could work.
You might need to switch glasses for that one. Awesome. And very cool. And also, too, if you're tuning into this stream or you're watching it back later, this is Seither Chronicles TCG. It is based on the Battle Bunnies novel. You can absolutely hop in. We just released our 4 starter decks over at battlebunnies.com. You can grab we have the Pirate deck, Viking deck, Valkyrie, and the Shaman starter decks. Everything you need right out of the box to play, to get started. We also have some other videos on our Battle Bunnies YouTube channel, so be sure to check that out and give it a like for more information. And also feel free to hop on over to the Battle Bunnies Discord, where you can see everything going down. That's where we play our league games. We'll play for fun. It's all about just helping people in here and teaching the game. So definitely be sure to check that out. And it's lots of fun and join our growing community. So, but yeah, without further ado, I believe we are all ready to go to check in on our game with Shadow and Nightfall.
I was going to say, I don't know if you left out one of the most important parts about the game too, is that, you join us, you could possibly become your own card or creature in the game. Which I think is pretty unique. I don't know how you get that. So just to let everybody know that most of the cards, characters, creatures they'll see in the Seither Chronicles game today are actually real people in the community who have helped develop it and, help create their characters and cards. So now, without further ado.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
We just need creature to present. We can get it up here.
Let's do it. All right, so here we go. They are underway here. They just got started, looks like. And then, does that look correct? Is that working? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So yes, we have Jalil, looks like who went first here. He did open up with that Call to Valhalla treasure card that allows him to harvest up to 2 non-hero creatures with max Seither 5 right into play. So went ahead and elected to grab those 2 caretakers with that spy ability. I really like this play here as it does limit Shadow's board a bit, blocks him off, as caretaker cannot the foe cannot put a creature in front of caretaker. So essentially on this, I can't tap, the spaces in front of caretaker are kind of blocked off, plus his other 2 spaces as well. Love to see it. And then a nice early open with Nightfall with that Archer ability is able to deal 1 damage for each friendly Viking in play to a foe's creature dead ahead. So this nice Call to Valhalla with those 2 caretakers plus Nightfall. He's already dealing 3 damage to whichever creature is going to be in front of him. So love to see this nice strong open here. As I mentioned earlier, we do see Ember here, that nice Valkyrie creature. Very effective here, able to play a treasure card for my feral pile and place it on the bottom of my grimoire. Nightfall got off to exactly an optimal opening here, able to do Call to Valhalla twice, get lots of creatures out here. Also throws the crude shield on Nightfall himself. So just again, as Narf was mentioning earlier, each person in the community is able to, all these cards are actual people. This is Nightfall's own card as well. So how awesome is that? And his opening turn in this Season 4 Tournament of Champions, Nightfall debuts. Let's see how this goes. Pass it on over to Shadow. Let's see what he's able to open up with here. Ooh, he leads with the Spartan's Order. Everything that Jalil just cooked up. Shadow says, nah. Levels the playing field here. Does lead with the Firefly Supply Carriage, which is a great draw support for that Valkyrie class. Is able to draw a card for each friendly Valkyrie in play. So that includes Carriage itself. So he does draw one there. Let's see if he's able to get that Call to Valhalla play off. If he misses Call to Valhalla here, that's going to be a significant disadvantage here in terms of pacing. Sorry, I know we just kind of ran through it real quick. I was just trying to catch up to our players here, get us all on the same page. And that was it for Shadow's turn. Wow, he did miss the Call to Valhalla play. Pass it on over to Jalil. Does find that nice Hoplite Farmer echo ability. Once per turn, you can use this card's ability. Draw until I have 5 cards in my hand. So great card for Jalil to see there. Nightfall, excuse me. I've always known him as Jalil. We'll work on that. But does find that in the Spartan's Order play. Able to get his hand back up to 5 cards. Finds the King's Caravan. Harvest 1 heroic creature and 1 inventory. Reveal both of them and add them to your hand. Wow. Nightfall off to a great start here. Spartan's Order slowed him down 0. Does find the King and a nice Bow of Vitality. One of the best base bows in the game, as it does deal 3 damage for only 1 Seither. So in terms of that Seither cost economy, it's dealing the most amount of damage for the least amount of Seither, and does end up passing his turn. Pop it on over to Shadow, who's looking right now. That Firefly Supply Carriage, drawing 1 there. Ooh, does find a Mysterious Stranger. Let's see what he pulls off. He does find King's Caravan, King's Private Stock, and an Ironclad. Definitely grabbing that King's Private Stock. And the Caravan, he'll save that for next turn. So Jalil knows what's coming on in his next turn there. Does find the King's Private Stock, is going to be able to draw plus 2 more cards. But it looks like Shadow here is looking for a little more gas to kick off his board. Him missing that Ember and Call to Valhalla play is pretty crucial there, but does find Rakelia and equips it with Icebreaker, allowing Rakelia to attack. Now it is dealing that 5 damage at the bottom left of the card there at the cost of 3 Seither at the bottom right. So how this works is you take Rakelia's total Seither, you minus 3 from Rakelia to deal 5 damage. So right now, and it is combat, so combat can only hit combat. And it looks like Hoplite the Farmer is in the line of sights for Rakelia, which is pretty effective play. Oh, he does pass the turn. Okay, cool. So he hangs on, allowing Nightfall to spring King Herald into play, giving +1 Seither to each friendly Viking in play here. Jalil's board state is looking rather nice at the moment. And this does include those Caretakers, so Caretaker does go up +1 as well. And Spies do count for your opponent's total Seither in play, not ours. And we do see that Bow of Vitality on now. And Archer, the interesting thing with this is you can use the Archer's ability during your attack phase, and it can attack. So And we have Nightfall in here, but there's nothing really in his sight. He cannot target an artillery card. Archie looking to do some damage here. Is able to find some more. Oh, he played a halt. That's what he played. Oh my gosh. So he blocked Rakelia's attack. Gotcha. Nightfall off to a good start here. Is finding some pieces. Does elect to fire with Archie into Rakelia, dropping Rakelia down to 1 Seither. The other thing now that's really nice with this play here is in the current setting, Rakelia has 1 Seither. 3 Seither is required to use Icebreaker to attack with. So Rakelia cannot attack right now unless Rakelia finds some more Seither. Shadow opens up with King's Caravan. Returning the favor does find, I'm guessing, Sonia. I missed it, but I'm guessing it was Sonia.
Oop, I didn't catch that either.
Oh, it was Queen Christikins. Wow. Queen Christikins, one of the premier cards in this Valkyrie starter deck.
Yep, and he can't play her till she comes back on the stream.
That's right.
Hey!
Oh, there she is. Now you can play her.
Shadow does find that Seither Flask, giving Rakelia +3, now able to attack again. Queen Christikins is quite a force to be reckoned with. Very challenging to get her out. Here we go. Now we're starting to see board build out for Shadow here. He has just enough pieces to be a bug in Nightfall's ear here. Let's see how he chooses. Okay, Rakelia into Hoplite Farmer for 5 damage. Enough to turn Hoplite Farmer feral. Does Nightfall have another response for that? He hasn't reduced the Seither just yet.
And there's no guard.
There's no guard in play. Yep. There we go.
There he goes.
All right. Yep. Hoplite Farmer down for the he's blocking Queen's attack. It was probably, yeah. So he allowed Hoplite Farmer to go down and saved his halt for Queen Christikins' attack from Frostbite, which is very smart there. I like that. He knows that's going down regardless, and he'd rather protect another asset, maybe King Harold there, or maybe even Nightfall, and also that freeze that is applied on a hit as well. So very smartly waited that out. Now is able to kind of navigate his turn with no limitation. And we did level off our Seither as well. It is now 25 to 23 Nightfall. And he does come out with Hoplite. Hoplite, another one of those key components to that Seither, or to that Viking deck there. Does give him +2 Seither to himself and is able to draw a card. So nice little Seither battery there. If he is not checked over time, his Seither will grow and grow to where you cannot, very difficult to deal with. Ooh, and does find the Iron Change combo. Ironforged Chain. Ironforged Chain is target a ranged creature, drag it up to that front combat row, and then Battle Mace equipped to Hoplite here is able to combo off of that. Let's see if he goes for that aggressive play here, able to whittle down Christikins to very few Seither, and that's exactly what we're going for. He is able to deal 3 damage from Ironforged Chain, And then another 3 with Battle Mace and Hop. Oh, man, what a combo. I totally missed that. Nightfall is able to hit her right there. Boom. Wow, incredible play.
Gone.
Wow, great combo, Nightfall. And Hulk is absolutely paying dividends there to set up for that incredible combo.
And Regalia.
Wow. Jalil, oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I am trying very hard to say Nightfall. Nightfall in a very comfortable position. However, these Valkyries always have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They have a lot of recursion from that feral pile. And you're also up against Shadow. So we'll see how he's able to respond here. But great heads up. If you're able to take her out early, go for it. Does come back with a Crystale. Is able to discard a Valkyrie from your hand and draw 2 cards. And equips the Bow of Vitality. See who he wants to target down here. And it looks like that's his only play for the turn, which is fine. Does try and keep Hoplite at bay here. Bringing Hoplite from a 4 down to a 1. That's okay, because come back around to Nightfall's turn. Hoplite will get +2 more Seither. Draw another card. Okay, that is end turn for Shadow. Let's see how Nightfall wants to play this out here. He's in a position. He's in a bit of a comfortable position. I think you have to keep on the gas, especially against this deck and this player. I don't think you can be too passive if you're able to help it. So he's got King Herald loaded up, can still use that Iron Forge chain and target down a creature on the range row, which would be Crystale. He's still got his Caretakers in play as well, which is helping limit that Valkyrie pacing. So really nothing too threatening other than a juiced up Crystale with a Bow of Vitality, just chipping away at 3 damage. Ooh, we do see Aurora the Fixer come into play, able with that rally ability, bringing Hoplite Farmer back into play here. Love this play. It gets a little 2-for-1 creature play for the turn, bringing up his Seither a bit more, and is able to get some draw support for future turns here. Nice little insurance policy. I'm okay with, I mean, he could still use King Herald plus Nightfall and Archie to take out Crystale here. He can do that combo again. I think that'll deal Feral. Yeah, 3-6, and yeah, that's absolutely... Nightfall here is pretty much anything 3-6. Yeah, he's able to take anything out in play right now as long as King Herald stays strong with enough Seither to use Iron Forge Chain. When you're in a position like this, unless Shadow has a lot, lying in the grass in his hand there, it's going to be very challenging. This is a challenging position nonetheless. I scoop here. I 100% scoop here. But again, and that's what we see. Oh, nope, just kidding. He was able to use, he broke Firefly Supply Carriage to draw the last remaining card. But Shadow's definitely got to piece it together here.
3 turns left.
3 turns left, and his Seither total is incorrect. It is Shadow's Seither is 6-31. Okay. Ooh, he does come out with the Queen's Cannon. Queen's Cannon can target a creature and deal 3 damage to it, and also deal 3 damage to adjacent creatures. Does target down the Hoplite. Hoplite is gone. Archie is gone. Oh, and Hoplite Farmer is down to 1. I believe he targeted Hoplite Farmer and dealt 3 damage to adjacent. So, nice play there from Shadow, just kind of limiting how many different threats his opponent has. again, we still have this King Herald that's rather strong, plus Nightfall. So that combo's still live. Nothing else is in play. This Queen Cannon has to be dealt with. He needs to find a way to, if he has a Bow of Vitality, some sort of bow, would be able to hit Queen Cannon, but you also need to deal 4 damage to it. Unless he... If you're not able to take out... If you're not able to take out Queen Cannon, I think he's just looking to do a bit of a Seither, like building up his Seither a bit more. Does go for that early Avenger play with Hoplite here. Love to see it. Nightfall just saying, hey, I'm just going to keep annoying you with this Hoplite setup that I have. I love to see it. Hoplite going back up to a 6 is now out of range from being feral from just a Queen Cannon attack. It will take a couple turns or at least a couple different ways to deal with Hoplite here. Wow, this is not what I expected, but I love to see it. This is what happens when these Vikings get rolling. You see these combos, you see these big creatures, you see this crazy damage, and also limiting that board space. What do we see here? What do we see here? Oh man, and it looks like a round 1 scoop. Round 1 goes to Nightfall. Very convincing. Well done, Nightfall. Shadow just couldn't catch up with that strong open. Looks like
that was a crazy round.
Yeah, it was a great round. And great heads-up play by Nightfall. I felt like he was very much in control. He was okay with some of those forces coming out. He had a way to deal with the Valkyries' top threat. Manage that before things got out of hand. So,
can we see a card count, creature of
Sure. So we have 41 cards left for Nightfall here, and 42 for Shadow. So pretty even in cards.
Even, yeah.
Yep. So we do have a Queen Christikins down in the feral pile. We have a King Herald Hoplite. We have an Avenger down. That's the only thing you want to keep an eye on too, is some of these big resources and these big threats are now in the feral pile. So Valkyries have a few different ways on how to get that Queen Christikins back into play. Sizemore, we're going to expect to see Sizemore come back. And then when we see Sizemore, it'll grab Queen Christikins. And then when we see Queen, we'll see Rakelia. So that's where things can spiral. Jalil, Nightfall is absolutely going to need to keep that pressure up here. This is a 1-game elimination.
Nightfall.
Big round here for both players. Okay, players draw into a 7-card starting hand. Both players just finished doing their mulligans, where players can mulligan up to 3 cards from their starting hand. Cards that you may not want to see in that opening hand. You can try and cycle those away in hopes to find something to start your round off a bit better with. Oh man, different player. Nightfall does open up with King's Private Stock. Always great. Card advantage, card draw is absolutely premium here, as there is no draw phase in this game. So seeing more cards, all the better. Nightfall opens up with Hildy, just with an echo ability that allows him to discard a card from my hand, swap places of 2 creatures on the same row. Interesting addition here. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gift of Valhalla here, able to rescue a base inventory to your hand and then draw 3 cards.
That's
Looks like role reversal here. Shadow now opening up pretty nicely with that Call to Valhalla, grabbing that Ember play. And here we go. This is that strong, consistent opening. Ember is going to chain the Call to Valhalla. We're going to see a lot of Valkyries come into play here. He's going to be looking for that Isabel for that consistent draw support. Ooh, Skylar play plus the Eagle Eye says no. to that spy. Love to see it here. Skylar does have that damage modifier to adjacent creatures, so being able to send that back to his side of the field not only blocks a spot on his range row with a 2-drop creature, but it also shuts off that damage modifier to Jalil's own creatures. Really nice play there. Great time for Eagle Eye. You know, he's absolutely cheesing when he sees that in his opening hand. Who isn't?
Yeah, because the thing with Eagle Eye is that you hardly ever have it when you need it.
Yes.
So that was great.
You've played him a lot in the last season, Krista. I remember. I think you brought him out and people didn't expect it.
Eagle Eyes were flying in that round and that season 3. So one thing to note here, if we take a look at hand sizes here, Shadow has a nice grip, and there's that Sizemore play that we were talking about. Sizemore coming down, able to discard 2 cards from my hand to rescue Queen Christikins back into play. So here we go, and then Sizemore will return to the Grimoire. So he does get rid of Crystale and Bow of Vitality. Here comes Queen, and if I theory crafted correctly, we're going to see Rakelia. Rakelia giving +2 Seither to adjacent Valkyrie creatures. Plus, it also has that glide ability. So once per turn, you can glide to a different space. So if there is a Valkyrie in need of Seither, Rakelia has got your back. And there we go. Here's where we see it.
Is similar to Grace O'Murphy in the Pirate deck.
Absolutely, yes.
Minus
very
similar
components to it. Narf.
So this is our consistent opening that we see time and time again from Shadow. When you get into this type of setup, it's very tough when you look at the contrast of the left side of your screen versus the right side of your screen. It adds a lot of pressure to your opponent. So there we go. We have Crystale with a Frostbite equipped to it. Crystale does swing into Hildy, freezing it. Nightfall will have an opportunity to roll a die to unfreeze on an even roll, or it depends on what he calls, but on a successful roll, it'll no longer be frozen. And then swap places of 2 creatures on the same row. It could be effective. I think he does call odds a lot. I'm not entirely sure. And that is correct. Okay. So I'm curious to see, well, he's got a lot of work to do. So hopefully there's something more than that Hildy in his hand.
He's looking at the freeze.
Yep.
Also, guys, if you're curious about how the game works, the game guide is on our website. I'll pop it up real quick. If you click on project at the top and then TCG, you can find the game guide at the bottom there.
Yeah, 1 second.
And we are round 2.
Seems like there's a pause in play at the moment.
Yeah, something happened with the freeze that they're discussing. We are frozen.
If my attack hits, freeze the targeted creature is frozen. Looked like he called correctly on his dice roll. It is unfrozen. He's able to use the ability. Not sure what the holdup is. Let me just double check boards. Yeah, I mean, everything looks correct. And swap places of 2 creatures on the same row. So Hildy's ability applies to either yours or your opponent's board. All right, looks like plays resumed here. Nightfall does find that King's Caravan, which is very good, very important here. Let's see what he tries to go for here. So we know that Hoplite and King Harold are down. There is a Tobin and a Hairfin remaining. He does go for the Hairfin play and the bow. So we can expect to see maybe a Nightfall coming down dead ahead of Rekelia and Queen, plus the Bow of Vitality attach to Nightfall to deal 1, 2, 3, 6 damage. So if he's able to take out that Rekelia, it'll be -4 plus the -2 that is being provided to Queen Christikin. So, does go for a Swarmfin here.
Hairfin allows you to pull from your Grimoire or your hand?
Yeah, Grimoire. Yep. Has a rally ability, harvest a Viking archer into play. And then once per turn, you're able to move a friendly archer 1 space to the left or right. Does equip Hairfin with that Warhammer. Great base Viking weapon here, dealing 4 damage for 3 Seither and +1 Seither to me if my attack hits. So again, 4 for 2 on a successful hit. Very good. And then Swarmfin here, great grab for Nightfall, and Swarmfin deals 1 damage dead ahead to a foe's creature for each creature on that row. So if he targets that ranged row, which it looks like he is, eyeing up that Ember gives perfect math for 1, 2, 3, 4 damage, plus a bow. So Nightfall here looking to do some damage. Love to see it. A nice compact board state, but very effective for what he needs.
There's
in this
Ember.
Ember goes bye-bye, as Ember is a great engine and resource for that player to keep churning those resources back into his hand or whatever he needs out of it. We did see that second wind go in there. We know King's Private Stock is in there. Unfortunately, Queen Christikins does have that ability to just kind of bring Rekelia back into play, bring Ember back into play. That is one of the challenges when facing down this type of setup. He does elect to go for that Ember. Shadow is giving priority to this Ember versus Rekelia here. So now Nightfall knows exactly what Shadow needs in order to keep going. So if he keeps adding pressure to that Ember, it could very much limit his hand. But as we see, that Ember is putting in work as well with that King's Private Stock. So hopefully Nightfall has some more gas left in that compact hand. And we can take a look at
Queen's Cannon.
Queen's Cannon coming in here. Oh, yeah, he's eyeing up, getting rid of those. And he goes for a disarm. Disarm does get rid of that inventory equipped to the attacking creature. So bye-bye Frostbite. Great play.
And did that also take out Crystal because of the Seither, or no? Okay.
Nope, looks good. That is one thing when playing against Nightfall, I've learned from experience is he's always got red in his hand. He loves those trap cards. So, and we're seeing a great display of them being played here this afternoon.
Yes, we share an affinity for traps.
Yes. Trying to see if there's other ways for him to be able to grab some of those heroes from his Pharaoh pile back into play here, or just kind of circulate them back in.
Law support.
Yep, he needs. This could be a thing too, where Nightfall does know. And he sees the Spartan's Order.
Oh.
Great card management there. Great. Yep, able to empty his hand and then get maximum value with Spartan's Order, losing nothing on the bottom, gaining everything off the top there. Crushing Shadow's hand size down to 4. Very nice. And just cycled that King's Private Stock from Ember to the bottom. So we know what he doesn't have. Great little second win there for Nightfall.
That could have changed the round right there.
It absolutely can. We do like this, even though he's chipping away, and even with these Valkyries, it's still Christikins is down to 4. Ember, it's at 4. Crystalli's down to 1, so not too much. And it does, if Shadow doesn't have a Valkyrie in his hand, he has no draw support at the moment. He does have Ember. Curious to see, unfortunately, in this view, I can't access Feral Piles, but I'm sure he's got something in there for him. But I'm looking, and it doesn't look like Nightfall has another way to get some of those heroes back into play. Does find the Second Wind, is able to get a Skylar and a Isabel back into his hand there. So let's see what he goes with. Does he... Oh, he discards... He correctly discards with Crystale to draw 2, discards that at Isabel. He knows he can get Isabel back into play with Queen Christikins, and then is able to play Skylar from hand unless he draws into something more preferred. Does need some weapons to attack. Queen's Cannon will not do all of it for him.
It feels like we're so far into the round, and it's only turn 3 for...
Yep, it's only the third hop.
A lot's gone on.
It's been a very intense back and forth. That's why. Feels like so much more has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, great heads-up plays from both players right now, giving their absolute all. We're seeing optimal positioning, optimal strategies right now. Nightfall giving it his all. If you're a Viking, absolutely proud to see this performance right now. Oh, he does find the Firefly Supply Carriage, drawing 1 card for each friendly Valkyrie in play. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 does bring it down to 2, and it's able to cycle that hand back up even after that Spartan's Order. Does find the Frostbite there, equips it to Isabel. Does Nightfall have any more traps in that hand? He did creature play for turn, which was Carriage. He did Queen, and looks like we have Frostbite here, targeting into that Swarm Fin. And looks like Queen Cannon.
How many cards Shadow has now?
Yeah.
After the Spartan's Order.
Yeah, he's up to 11. Went from 4 to 11 in a turn. But nothing is really too high Seither on Shadow's side here. So if Nightfall is able to just kind of find a way to get some card advantage, something to deal, he really needs a Queen's Cannon himself, which would be really nice to see. Maybe even a Tobin play.
Figure out how to take Christikins. That would be.
Yeah, either take down Christikins or get a Tobin into play. Take control of Isabel. Take control of Ember.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if there's nothing left in the tank, it's just better off to
scoop
and reset to round 3. This is where Nightfall does have a lot more experience in that 3rd round.
Yep, and it looks like that's what they did.
Yep. Well,
that was wild to see after a Spartan's Order.
Yes,
and that's how it goes sometimes.
That's how it be. Yep, and those Valkyries just able to draw back up. Really, what did it for Shadow was that Firefly Supply Carriage, spiking that in just a draw 2 was clutch for him. Slapped that down and was able to draw +5 from there. So if he misses that carriage there, he's still kind of hunting, because then that draw 5 gave him that weapon to attack into. Without that, he was rather limited. So it was really off of just a couple key cards there. So here we go, final match.
There's a card off the table, Creature.
We have 29 to 36. So
there's a card off the table back there.
Those are the judge call cards.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So round 3, players draw into a 5-card starting hand. Players are able to mulligan up to 3 cards from their starting hand here. Nightfall electing to, this is very careful stuff here. You either draw into something, I mean, of course you get a range, but man, it adds a lot of pressure to your deck. Let's see how this comes down to how they built it, what cards are now in the feral pile versus what cards are left. So very critical to see here. Shadow, Nightfall elected to go second here. Yep, makes sense, as I'd love to have the final say. So here we go. We see Call to Valhalla here with the Ember opening. We saw it last turn. Here it comes. Skylar for that damage modifier, giving adjacent creatures will receive +2 damage from the first Valkyrie attack each turn, plus occupying space on his board. He'll take the free Seither, though.
Another Call to Valhalla.
Another Call to Valhalla.
It's okay. Let's see how much. Okay, does find Crystalline Isabel again.
He's gonna draw 2 more.
Let's take a look at this.
Sizemore to bring. Oh my God!
And there we go. It's looking bleak.
Popping.
Yeah, the Sizemore grab, the Sizemore find there is insane.
Is that second win? Yep.
Yeah, second win comes down into play, bringing back another Isabel. Well, back to his hand at least. Looks like he could still be resolving for... Okay, yeah, he's going to go ahead and proc Sizemore, discard those 2 Valkyries he just grabbed.
Creature, you are frozen, along with the stream.
Yep, there it goes.
Hello.
Yep, Melly's there.
Come back, Creature. There you are. Oh.
So catching up now.
Am I still broken?
No, you good, buddy. You good.
You are better.
Is it working? No?
You good.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You good.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, this is exactly what this deck is designed to do.
There's
in clutch there.
Jalil waving his hand over Shadow's side of the board to distract him. That's also a strategy I've seen used quite a bit.
Yes, that's right. We could expect to see the very rare table flip here this afternoon. Hopefully it'll do enough damage to Shadow's spirit and cause him to maybe take a break long enough for Nightfall to win here. So, however, no, if you are a Valkyrie fan, if you're a Valkyrie player and you like this, this is a clinic. This is exactly what this Valkyrie deck is supposed to do, and being piloted by one of the better players here, we have this situation. So, but let's turn it over to the Viking specialist and see what he's able to respond.
I mean, that was an incredible opening just now.
Yeah,
it really doesn't get much better than that. 3 Call to Valhallas plus Ember.
Yep.
I could really
plus the 2 spies, which allow you to draw. That was crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is set for now.
I think he's.
The good thing for Nightfall too is there's really no weapons in play yet. There's just a good amount of protection for Queen Christikin. So but also too in this third round, attacking isn't going to be everything. It's going to be making sure that your Seither is more than your opponent's here. So, and Shadow did just that. So regardless, let's see how Nightfall is able to respond. He does have the Tobin. Okay, that's good to see. Do you take away his draw support? Do you take away his Ember? Okay. We'd like to see that. Okay. Curious as to what he has in that feral pile that's gonna... I mean, you could have King's Private Stock.
KPS.
Oh, yeah, it's turn 1. And Call to Valhalla here.
Oh, yeah.
So, nice little play there with Tobin, able to grab that Ember, bringing back... He's like, well, I can do the same thing now. So, he does have a... I believe his Ember... Does he play 1 or 2 Embers? Okay, he plays 1 Ember. So, which I believe we saw in round 1. Let's see, he can go for maybe another Hoplite Farmer. Maybe a Swarm Thin. Swarm Thin would be a great grab here, as it deals 1 damage to, for each creature on that row. Does elect to go for some draw support. Hoplite Farmer there.
That is ideal in round 3.
The only thing we want to keep an eye on is that Master Smith as well. There's no weapons in play yet, but come later turns, we're going to see something happen. Oh, they rewound time, I believe. Okay.
Oh, because he didn't shuffle the Grimoire.
Gotcha. Okay.
How's Shadow's Grimoire looking? How many cards we got in there?
He's got 17 cards in deck, and what is that, 7 cards in hand?
Ironclad, that's good.
Ironclad is very good. So he is protecting his draw support, which is nice. So, which means a single weapon is not going to do the job for Hoplite Farmer. It'll guarantee him a couple turns at least. And he is staggered from that Skylar, so preventing Hoplite Farmer to receive additional damage. Unfortunately for him, Tobin and Ember are both fitting the adjacency. So if Tobin or Ember are targeted down, they will receive +2 damage from the first Valkyrie attack. Does play a treasure hunt and grabs that Ironforged chain, which was absolutely putting in work for him in round 1. So if he's able to get a nice combo set up and does play the Spartan's Order, pretty nice play there. And he also has limited draw support on his side. Crystale adding a lot of pressure to find a Valkyrie in Shadow's next drawing hand here. If he bricks, could absolutely turn the tide. He does have access to... We'll worry about that in a second. King's Private Stock. Great for Nightfall there, drawing 2 more cards. It's now a 9-point Seither difference. Nightfall currently, I believe, around 16 Seither. And ends his turn. Okay. Pass it on over to Shadow. He's just resetting his ability markers there. Let's see what he goes ahead and starts off with. Does find King's Private Stock. Gosh. He's always got something, huh? Okay. Does use Master Smith to grab the Bow of Vitality there. Going to go ahead and use Queen Kristikin's Echo ability to bring Ember back into play here. And goes for another +2. Spartan's Order is no problem for Shadow. And here we go. Double Master Smith in play. There's going to be no shortage of weapons here. Over time, this is just going to be more and more grueling.
How many cards is his deck now?
13 cards left in deck. But that's okay. The smaller the deck, the more consistent, especially when you're targeting exactly what you want in there. More time, things of lesser value are gonna be discarded, and he's only gonna recycle things of utmost value back into his Grimoire with Ember and those second winds.
Now we see the Stranger.
Mysterious Stranger coming into play. Absolutely one of the most used cards in season 4 here. Discarding the top 3 cards of from your Grimoire, then rescue any 2 from your Feral pile back into your hand. So we can expect to have, I would imagine, Sizemore is either in his deck or in his hand as an insurance policy in case Queen goes down.
A lot of bows coming out.
All the bows. And we do have Icebreaker here. Yeah.
And he didn't add his Seither for the 2 bows of Vitality.
Yep. So Skylar doing its damage modifier to Tobin for the first Valkyrie attack. Gets +2 there. He can very much go for a board clear, Hoplite, and then Ember. And then...
maybe that's why he didn't add the Seither.
Yeah, at this...
No, it looks like he reduced... Looks like he reduced it from the, like, right?
This is correct.
Master Smith should be...
Master Smith should be 5, I believe.
What does the bow say? +1.
+1, yeah.
It takes 1, so they should be 6.
Well, it was 5 + 2. Oh, yeah, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, 6. Don't want to. Actually. Ooh, shit. No, get rid of that.
Still drawing, Narf?
I am. I'm drawing a little bit. So, watching the game, I'm inspired to create more cards for it, more artwork for the cards. So,
okay, we pass it on over to Nightfall here. Finds a Warhammer. Equips Warhammer to Hoplite Farmer. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty important here to take care of that Rakelia. The only issue is Queen Kristikin can just keep getting it back. does go for the draw support, taking care of Isabel. Okay, I see what he did. He did Queen's Cannon into Isabel and then Hoplite Farmer into Raquelia. Pretty good there. Okay. It's chipping away, and I think, the other thing is yes, you are staring down quite a developed state, but
do you want to
5 turns left, so
real quick, Creature, do you want to jump in there because they're playing with the Seither, and the Seither on Master Smiths were never corrected,
yeah,
so
pop over
you just
there.
want to let it. Gotta keep it 100.
I'll be right back. I think I have somebody that wants to come visit you, Krista.
Okay.
Should just stand in there like a statue. Right back. I'm also still streaming if you decide you want to bounce back and forth.
Oh yeah, let's see where you got.
See where I'm at so far. We got a finished treasure chest now. Threw some gems in the treasure chest.
Can you zoom in a little on the chest so we can see?
Sure.
Oh, that looks cool.
She just made me realize. Hide that behind there. There we go. Got some gems hidden in the treasure chest. A little dagger. A little maybe chalice of some sort. Started working on the lock that's down in the sand there. And we'll have some fishies. I'm trying to zoom out on the StreamYard screen.
Put the sketch on. You can see the fishies.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
They're so cute.
And so, yep, the pirate ship in the back is finished. The background, that's all kind of laid out. Got some broken wood and windows and little decoration back there.
So cool.
And that's where we're at now. Just messing around with that lock.
Yeah, it's so good.
And then once that's done,
I love it.
Thank you. I'm excited to see it. Well, you get a little insight, like if the card there, it's going to frame really nice. I was really happy with how it's going to frame.
All right, back to the game.
Back to the game. Back to the game.
Back to the game, and the game is over.
What happened?
Oh my
gosh! Nightfall looks like that was the end of it there. So, yeah, that's kind of what we have going on with that setup with the Valkyries. Just too much to come back from. Not enough in his hand. No way to get those heroes from the Feral Pie. He definitely needed King Harold. He needed that Hoplite maybe back into his deck or back into play somehow. Just didn't get there, unfortunately. Super strong performance from Nightfall in that first round. Put on an absolute clinic there in that early start. And then that comeback from Shadow there, taking it back with those Valkyries. an incredible performance there. So winner, Shadow. Unfortunately for Nightfall here, does finish in that, does have that early loss there. So Shadow moves on to that final game. And let's go ahead and...
Good game, Nightfall.
Congratulations, Shadow, and great game, Nightfall. That definitely had us on the edge of our seats for that one.
Yes. Great games played by both. So let's go ahead here and...
Okay, so where are you, creature?
Go.
There you are.
Yes.
Okay, so looks like Nightfall and Eric guessed correctly, so they get Dark Seither chest. Who's up next?
So let's see, because we have Eric versus Drywall. So I'm just going to tap into them, see how they're doing, and get the next game set up here. And but yeah, and then we'll get into game 2.
All right, sounds good, and we'll do another giveaway. So game 2, do you think it's going to be Eric or Drywall? Comment below, and if you get it right, you will get a Dark Seither chest in Discord. This is going to be a tough one. We shall see. All right, Dumper says Drywall. Okay. All right, who else? Well, looks like we lost creature. Let's go.
I'm back. I left you a surprise.
I hear her. We lost creature.
Oh, no.
I don't know what happened.
I'll check the score. Nothing.
Do you have any guesses, Frank, Eric, or Drywall?
Oh, I don't know. I'm rooting for them both.
I know.
I'm curious what decks. Oh, well, Eric, I'm guessing we're going to see the Shaman. I know Eric's been the
Shamans, Drywall, Pirates.
Okay. Well, yeah, because Eric played Pirates for a long time too, so I wasn't sure, but I'm guessing I'm going to see him with the Shamans. He's been
this past season he's been, I think, all Shaman.
Okay.
So
all right. No, it's going to be an exciting match. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't bet on this one because it's too close. I don't know.
Exactly why I'm not doing it.
Drywall is current champion, so he wants to keep that title. Eric is always after the title. He's gotten close many times. So is today his day?
We're going to find out.
I know. I'm glad I'm not playing today. I get to just hang out and watch and root for everybody. Eric is due for a win, I will say that.
Yes, he definitely is due for a win.
Stick a second place.
Right. We're excited to see what you have in store today, Eric.
And if I can ask everybody, just give us a like.
Like, subscribe.
It helps.
Follow, retweet. What other things do we call it?
Hi. Okay, I'll be back.
I'll be here.
Do doggies.
Looks like this just turned into a drink and draw. Guess I'll entertain y'all until we get the rest of the crew back and the game gets rolling again. Flex some of that light from the sand onto the lock here.
There we go.
Welcome back, Melly.
All right.
Crystal ran on doggy duty.
Okay.
She'll be back shortly, and I've just been drawing for everybody until you got back.
Sweet. Cool. Yeah, unfortunately, that when you guys were doing that, it cut out the stream, so none of that gameplay at the last part of that round there was showed. So we can't do
you
that.
Were gone. What happened?
No. I'm saying at the end of the third round.
Yeah.
None of the game was showing when they were playing. So no one saw how the game ended. They just
how did that happen?
Because you were streaming your drawing. It took over the stream of the gameplay.
My stream has been going the whole time since the beginning of the stream.
No.
I was waiting for you to come back, Creature, so we could put yours, but
it's all good.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen and present. And we'll get back to it. Right. Sweet. So yes, we have Drywall versus Eric here. So by class, we have Shaman versus Pirate. Curious to see how this will go. How you doing, Thumper? Who do you got on this game? Right. Looks like they're kicking it off here. To start a game, you either roll a die, flip a coin, do something to determine someone who goes first and second. So we have our Season 3 champion versus our Seither Cup 2 finalist. Game is underway. Players drawing into a 10-card starting hand here, able to mulligan up to 3 cards from their starting hand in hopes to find an optimal start. Maybe cards that you would rather save for later or don't have as much value in this moment. Let's go ahead and try and cycle those down below. When you're starting your game, you definitely want to see a fair amount of creatures to put in play, of course. You want cards that will allow you to draw cards or search for specific cards, either by means of treasure cards or chapter cards, or creatures that are able to draw based on their abilities. And then if you're able to even find some inventory cards, either weapons or shields, that's a great thing to see. But mostly you want to be able to find ways to cycle, play cards, equip, cards like Second Wind that recover creatures from the feral pile. Those are things that you can save for later. Or maybe forged weapons you would want to cycle to the bottom, or, you know, mulligan away. And here we go. We have Eric starting us off here. He does open up with Spiritina and a Call to Valhalla. Spiritina, adjacent creatures that have Echo are not active. So here we see the Shaman. Eric is sporting those Shamans. And it looks like, yes, that's what I thought as well. He had 2 Spiritinas in his hand. He played one from hand, tried to do. Yep. Yep. That's correct. Okay, yeah, they're just reversing things. Yeah. Okay, so yes. So to just kind of clarify all that, Spiritina was played from Eric's hand. He is now playing Call to Valhalla, which allows the player to harvest up to 2 non-hero creatures with combined max Seither of 5 into play. Harvest is a keyword that allows you to search your grimoire, and then the card will tell you what to do with it afterwards. Eric grabs Scarface, one of the best draw supporters in the game, able to draw cards equal to my Seither, but no more than 3 cards. Then you have to reduce the Seither by 1. So as long as you're able to keep Scarface's Seither at least 3, it's +3 every turn. And look at this. He is making sure he is having draws. He does not want a lack of draw to be the reason why he loses. He's building it up here. Grabs another King's Private Stock. Again, like I said in the beginning, when you're looking for cards that you want in your opening hand, King's Private Stock is a great card to see there. Call to Valhalla is another great one. Eric goes ahead and uses Scarface's ability, draw 3, reduce it down to 1. And then he's going to draw 1 more because Isabel has 1 creature adjacent to it. Man, that would be rather unfortunate if Drywall just opened up with a Spartan's Order. All right, and there we go. We see Dragonscale Elixir giving a bit of defense to Scarface as long as it's equipped, reduce damage from attacks target at me by 2. And then elects to give a Seither Flask to Scarface as well. Eric really prioritizing his draw support here. Good opening first turn, just trying to get set up for anything that his opponent may throw at him. Drywall opens up with the King's Private Stock, looking for a couple more cards, plays another King's Private Stock, drawing 2 more. Both players, no shortage in draw support so far. Drywall does have to be mindful of that Spiritina that is essentially turning off adjacent creatures' echo abilities. So Very important when you see certain roadblocks like this from your opponent on your side of the field to navigate accordingly. Simply just make sure it's not adjacent to that. Drywall then leads with a call to Valhalla. On your first turn of the round, harvest up to 2 non-hero creatures with combined max Seither 5 into play. Let's go ahead and see what he grabs here. Does open up with that Ember play. Curious, Eric did have a similar opening, did not go for that Ember. Here we see Drywall capitalizing on it. Plays Ember, uses Called Valhalla, Noble Retreat. Ooh, we see, boy, everyone, we are in for a treat. This very well could be the fancy Doug Mill Pirate version. As we see some deckhands come into play here, we do see that second mate deckhand come into play. First mate deckhand uses Noble Retreat to return it from play back to his hand, and then plays it again to proc that rally ability, harvesting up to 2 deckhands from my grimoire or hand right into play here, and goes for that third mate deckhand. Goes on the ranged row. Nice little setup. And then also plays that first mate deckhand again.
We haven't seen much of this in this season of League. The old school Doug Mill play, or have we?
So we haven't. This was something that was, it's always been around in the pirate class.
Yes, I mean, this was OG. This is like one of the main things. That's what I'm saying. But this season, I just don't feel it was as prevalent.
Yes. So there's been some recent modifications, some recent builds. I'll say it. Got to give it where it's due. I did put together this deck, this type of build, flirted around with it a bit, so it is good to see. And he does have Doug as well. So man, oh man. So Doug is the main driver behind this strategy here, as Doug, once per turn, can discard the top card from my foe's grimoire for each friendly deckhand in play. So deckhand is Grace, first mate, second mate. We have another first mate. We have another third mate. And Drywall also has another call to Valhalla, getting another third mate deckhand in play. We are going to see a pile of cards coming off of Eric's deckhand. And he also has Smithy to block Doug from another Spiritina threat. Absolute heads up play there from Drywall. And look at that. This is turn 1. 9 creatures in play for turn 1 for Drywall here. Do not forget to proc Doug. I have done it before. In the excitement of pulling this off, you totally forget why you were doing it. Fortunately, Drywall is the sharper of the two of us. And to be honest, I would not be surprised if we saw an early concession from Eric right now.
And there is Doug himself saying, "Let's go, Doug." Sorry, but creature.
We got Doug on Doug action. Doug is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out, homie Doug. A legend. Hope your day is going well, brother. Nice Sunday afternoon. And here we go. We're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards right off the top of Eric's grimoire. Guys, these are 60 card decks. Eric has probably, 15 in his hand, 40 something in his deck, -8. Look at this. He's down to 30 cards. And just over 3 turns, Eric is at risk of running out of his entire deck there.
Oof, and I see myself there getting discarded.
Yes, Narf getting there's lots of stuff. You can guarantee there's something good in there for sure. Adds a lot of pressure on how Eric wants to respond to this. And then if you don't deal with Doug, he's got Smithy behind him from Spiritina threat. He's got a dagger on him, giving offensive support. And he's at 9 Seither. How does Eric want to respond to this? And he's also got second mate as well. So if Doug does go feral and second mate stays in play, Doug is coming right back into play again to do it all over again. Eric could be whittled down to scraps in just a short amount of time.
I did not expect to see this play today.
But this is exactly how effective this can be.
Pirates definitely come out in full force. When you talk about them going wide, this perfect example of how they play.
This is as wide as it gets, guys. Ooh, Eric does play the Han. Eric plays Han, which makes the opponent return creatures and equip cards back to their hand until they have the same number of creatures in play as me. So what this means is Eric has 3 creatures in play. Has 4 creatures in play. So Drywall has to return creatures back to his hand until he has 4 creatures in play as well. So great little tech there with Han coming into play there, slowing down Drywall's offense that he's got building here. Unfortunately for Eric, Han isn't going to cut it.
I mean, because next turn he could just pull them all out. Minus the call to Valhalla, he still has enough to...
And he does play the Spartan's Order. That combo right there, Han and Spartan's Order will absolutely do it. Oof. That'll slow it down. Now. We are there. That's a great response from Eric. Being able to piece that together there, slow Drywall down a bit. Now Drywall has to kind of, work that tempo back up again. Now everything is at the bottom. All of those goodies. And not only that too, but Eric had built up some decent draw support for himself as well. So even though playing Spartan's Order reduces his hand back down to 5 cards, he does have Scarface and Isabel to draw him up, at least in this current setting, plus 4 more cards. So Eric can be up to 9 cards just to start. So we'll see what Eric cooks up here. So Eric did play creature for turn, which was Han. He did play his chapter for turn. So really, I mean, the big play was exactly what he just did. So it ate up a lot of what he's going to be able to do this turn. He did equip a poison wand to Scarface as well, which is an interesting consideration. If you're trying to add a lot of defenses and protect your main draw support, I don't know if playing poison wand on the thing you just built up is going to be the best line, but that's what we see. Does play the halt there. Scarface does elect to attack. Halt comes down from Drywall, protecting what deck hands he does have in play. And there we go. And there we see, Scarface reducing some Seither for nothing. And, that's something that you kind of consider when deciding who to equip weapons to at what point in time. Not to say that Scarface isn't correct. It's absolutely a fine play, but maybe I would have liked to see that later in the round or in a different setting when you're not giving so much reason to defend it. But let's pass it on over to Drywall, who also had some sneaky trap cards in there. Love to see it. But Eric, absolute huge blow with that Han and Spartan's Order combo, really slowing down Drywall here. This Spartan's Order could also really just put a damper on Drywall. If he doesn't find the pieces he needs to continue, it could be role reversal here where Drywall is now. Does he concede early? What else does he have going on? How is this deck and this build able to get those resources back and keep up that Doug pressure? There's lots of tricks in that pirate deck there. So we can expect to see some artillery maybe come down. Who knows? King's Caravan. King's Caravan would be huge here.
All right.
Oh, and I called it King's Caravan. All right, so King Caravan, harvest one heroic creature and or inventory, reveal both and add them to your hand and shuffle. So if we went on based on our last turn, do we expect to see Doug come back into play there? Is he able to get that deckhand line back up and running? Even if he does just get Doug back in, that's going to be 4 cards off the top for Drywall, or for Eric, excuse me. But we'll let him cook first, see what he grabs. Maybe a Pirate Mothy would be cool. Start reducing that hand size. I don't know if it's time for Pirate Mothy just yet, as he does have a lot of draw support going on and a big hand size. So you do chip away, but it's not as satisfying as when you have a smaller hand and oops.
Got Doug back. And the dagger, so he's able to do a lot of damage this round. Yep, there goes Doug for 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, got that stranger in there, cannon. That was a big one. That was a big pull right there. Now he's attacking, getting rid of Han. It's all he can attack because it's a combat row. And that was 8 damage, so he's gone. Now it goes back to Eric. So next round, Doug will be able to attack for 4. Looks like Seither 8, 10, 6. Yeah, it's 23 to 7. Eric's got plenty of cards, but he does also have draw support out. See what he does here. Got all kind of goodies in that feral pile. He's gonna want to get Doug out, but okay, upgrades the wand.
Sorry. All right.
What does the plague wand do, creature?
Plague is a forged version of the poison wand. So if a creature is poisoned and the plague wand hits the poison creature, it spreads the poison to adjacent creatures and deals +2 damage. So pretty powerful wand for the shamans here, getting a lot of poison support.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to plan how to take Doug down. He's got the 2 witch doctors. So you take 1 from him, get him down to 6.
Yeah, but if Doug's not poisoned,
right,
he's not getting +2 off of the plague. So right now, plague is dealing 5 -2, 7, and he's at 8. So it'll leave 1. So he needs one more way. One more piece to eliminate the last remaining Seither. There you go. There it is.
And what else does he have on Scarface?
So Scarface, he also has the Dragon Scale Elixir. It's essentially reducing damage from attacks by 2. So it's like a perma shield. The only issue with this play,
threw that.
he needs to throw it at second mate. So that way Doug doesn't get back. Because second mate is the exact way to essentially reset Doug back in there. So, but then again, if you have a second wind in your hand, you can just play second wind, play second mate. Oh wait, no, you wouldn't be able to do that. If he has a way to,
you could, right? You could play him as your turn for creature for the turn.
Well, you play second mate for your creature for turn. When you use second mate's ability, it rescues a deckhand back to your hand. So you wouldn't be able to play Doug.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
He almost needs either an Aurora. Yep, you can do an Aurora there. Oh, hi, Lou. All right, Eric plays Gift of Valhalla, able to rescue a base creature or a base inventory to your hand and draw 3 cards. Eric's loading up on inventory, which is good to see.
Spartan's Order would really hurt Eric at this point.
Yes, for sure. So the only other thing too is if he throws Dragon Scale Fires with Plague, it's going to leave Scarface super vulnerable for removal next turn very easily. So by investing this amount of resource and attention into Doug and second mate potentially, there's going to be a fair amount of ways for Drywall to kind of reset that, but hopefully Eric has enough Seither to kind of build Scarface back up to keep benefiting from its draw support ability. But he's got a bunch of cards, still some things to play here, so let's see how he pieces this together. Hey, what's up, Blonde? Happy Sunday. Hope your weekend is going well.
Hey, Blonde.
Thanks for popping in. Always great to see you. Blonde, to catch you up, our first match between Shadow and Nightfall was an incredible first match. Nightfall put up a clinic for those Vikings. Unfortunately for Nightfall, Shadow did come back and take over those next 2 rounds there. Shadow has moved on to the finals, and here we are with Drywall on our left playing the Pirates and Eric playing the Shamans, and this is round 1. Oh, do we have that round 1 graphic that we can throw up? All right, so let's see here. He is starting to piece this together. Witch Doctor, once per turn, you can reduce a creature's Seither by 1 and give +1 to another creature. he went ahead and used this Witch Doctor here on Doug. This is, I understand, Eric taking the time here. This is a rather important turn for him. So to get this correct, all right, so Witch Doctor. Okay. So Mystique is attacking into Doug, turning Doug feral. So Doug is removed yet again. Now, hopefully, too, I'm curious to see. I mean, he only has 8 cards in his feral pile, so I don't know if there's enough treasure cards for Ember to take advantage of for Drywall next turn. There might be and he does target down. Okay, so he's going to deal 3 damage to Ember and poison Ember. So essentially, when Eric ends his turn here, Ember will take that last point of damage, turning Ember feral.
Is he going to leave second mate?
Nope, he's still got room. And then he fires with Plague into Ember there, dealing 1 damage, or poisoning both third mate and second mate. So first mate will essentially go down. Third mate should be turning feral. And second mate. Oh, it's deal 2 damage to it. And yeah, both those creatures are gone.
So second mate is still in play. And the poison doesn't. Yeah, so now he's able to bring back Doug. But he's going to have to protect Doug somehow against next round.
Doug, putting attention and resources into Doug is never a bad idea. I agree, Doug. Doug likes Doug. Doug. Protect Doug with Doug. And here we go. Doug again. All right, so we do have, yep. So I think I absolutely probably would have prioritized that second mate over Ember there, especially knowing that this is the key round to really limit and, that's all he's able to do there. But he does discard King Caravan, Spartan's Order, I think, and something else. But 3 key cards there. Eric's left with 18 cards left in deck, with 12 cards in hand, so 30 cards left. King Caravan and King Caravan. Yep. Thank you. And Papa Shanga. Yep, so Papa Shanga is a cool shaman creature. Once per turn, you're able to rescue a wand or potion to the top of your grimoire. Then you just use something like Isabel, Scarface, or another way to draw cards to get that weapon back into your hand. So turning off that option. Plus Narf is in there as well. So Eric just has to be very mindful on how much resources he wants to invest this round versus just conceding. I think the time for concession is almost kind of past. It's a very tricky, slippery road. Drywall.
Also, before Creature, when you were gone, he last turn when Drywall got 4 cards from him, the Mysterious Stranger was in there.
Oh, and that's a huge discard. When you're up against this mill deck, losing Mysterious Strangers is very key. So, but yeah, Eric's got to have to play a very fragile dance on how he wants this round to go. Drywall absolutely wants to see turn 7. Eric's trying to turn it off as quick as possible. An indication too for Eric, if Drywall, all he did during his turn was activating Doug to discard 3. That's a good sign for Eric that Drywall really doesn't have much in his hand and has no draw support to change that for him. So Eric might be able to, And it's okay too. Eric could absolutely come away with a win here on the round at the expense of a hefty amount of cards from his grimoire. So it's a bit of give and take, you know. From my experience, though, I'm from playing this build and playing pirates, I am
okay. So he had a stranger. Yeah.
Losing that first round there and hopes to come back in the second and third round. This is the comeback king. So.
Oh, he didn't discard 3.
Discard 3. Yeah, he absolutely has to discard 3 there. I think he knew. I know where he was headed with. There we go. Yep. He knew he was grabbing those cards regardless. Mm-hmm. So I get it. Yep. But now he also committed that. So yeah. So you had no say in what you wanted to take there. You know. So. But it's all good. He grabbed 2 key pieces regardless. So I still think seeing those cards, you still come away with Narf and Mysterious Stranger anyway. It does suck seeing Skull Thumper hit the feral pile there, though.
Yeah, and his King Caravans.
Yeah, both Caravans are gone. And if he is going to try and cycle Mysterious Strangers, now you're limited to 1. So it depends on how he wants to play this, though. So. The good thing is, like previous things were mentioned, not much going on Drywall side currently, so Eric can absolutely come away with the win here. When you're up against a mill deck, you really want you shouldn't be playing cards. Like, I don't think that was necessarily correct time for Mysterious Stranger to be played there, because now he's down to 15 cards left in his deck. It's a very tough thing to kind of manage how you want to do things. So him drawing cards is pretty good on Drywall's perspective. But then again, too, the cards you draw into could be the pieces you need, and you'd rather have them in your hand than your deck, and have them being discarded anyway. So.
So you put out a Doom.
Yep, so Doom is his guard. So Doom has to be targeted first and turn feral before Drywall can target down any other creature. This is where some pirate artillery will come into play and target around Doom. But it does look like, yeah, you absolutely have to be targeting down Doug here. Doug and Second Mate. If you're not getting rid of those 2, you know, but.
I think Second Mate was gone already anyway.
Yeah, Second Mate, of course. But yeah, this is part of the fragile state of this deck sometimes, you know, especially with that strong combo Han and Spartan's Order earlier in the round. You're left with something like this sometimes. And, you know, once it fizzles out, it fizzles out. You just move on to the next round. But I would argue that, you know, Doug definitely put in the work, you know, unless we can see something else from Drywall here. Okay, Mystique and Witch Doctor does target into Doug, removing Doug. And the other good thing is, too, is we saw that Narf the Mad was added back into Eric's hand, and he has a lot of different shaman creatures in play. So future rounds, Narf will have plenty of options to choose from when cloning
all the options
ability. So.
Narf can be whoever he wants to be.
Okay, and we pass it back over to Drywall here. This board state was once filled with almost 12 creatures in a single turn, is now 2 turns later down to 1.
If I'm Drywall, though, I'm not upset even if I lose this round because of how many cards he got, off the deck.
Absolutely, yes. So, yeah, and that's what I'm saying too, right? Like, even if you concede here, he did his work already. You're very much okay. I think if you're able to squeak out something else, that'd be fine. But, it's okay to... Ooh, and we see Drywall coming into play here, allowing him to rescue an artillery and treasure to my hand. This could be a purely setup for next turn. He could be just grabbing a couple Call to Valhallas in preparation for next turn. He does indeed go for the King's Private Stock, though, so it's good to see that he's not just kind of given up on this round just yet. Especially if you're Drywall too, like if you're trying to mill down your opponent and get your opponent to play cards, this is a great way to kind of keep that illusion going, that you have more to go and keep adding that pressure. And then there is just a pass of the turn. Now, Eric, if these are things where when you see your opponent kind of doing something like that, just playing a creature, drawing a couple cards, but really nothing else, and when you're in a position of really managing your cards, either just attack back into Drywall or simply just pass your turn. You're not incentivized to play cards in this situation, especially when you're going to be needing everything for a future round here. Drywall absolutely knows that type of angle to it, or that dynamic to this game. And Eric doesn't do so.
We'll see Witch Doctors and then move on.
Yeah.
Or like a salvage, second win, something to get things back into his deck for the next round.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing Witch Doctor. Is he attacking?
Yeah, probably. It looks like where's Poison One? There it is. Yeah, Poison One into Drywall plus Witch Doctors. Looks like a 4 on there. So
yeah, but that put him down to 1. That's why he's gone.
All right. So Eric in a commanding position here, but as we stated previously, this is kind of by design. Drywall seeing if he has any more bags up his tricks up his bag. Stexia kicking in. But we could absolutely just see a concession of the round and move on to the next. Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, too, Pirates have a lot of different means of aggression. We do see another Drywall come into play here. Curious to see if he does go for that King's Private Stock again, or if he does. He does. Okay. But again, the King's Pirates, right? They have Jackbeard, they have Pirate King, they have Pirate Mothy, they have the artillery, which we have yet to see anything. He's just been purely showcasing Doug and the deckhand. So round 2, we're going to see the Pirates take a different mode. We're going to see that aggressive beatdown mode now that their opponent's deck is relatively scarce from where it was. So, and add a lot of pressure to your opponent then. So we will see what happens. So nice little pass of the turn here. Could be scrapping up, trying to find something to hopefully try and discard a few more cards before the round is over. So Unfortunately, it's unfortunate to see the drywall, both drywalls having come into play, though, just to grab a couple of King's Private Stock and losing out on the first half of its value, which is being able to rescue an artillery to his hand. So we have yet to see any played. So it's just purely cutting off half of its ability there. There will be ways to get them back. Eric does go for an attack from Lord L into drywall, and drywall plays a halt. Very nice. Drywall and Nightfall both sporting some of those red cards. So
did Eric not use Witch Doctors there?
Nope, I think it looks like he just went in for the attack there. Aurora now coming into play. So this is where we'll be able to get a Doug back into play. We'll be able to get pretty much anything back into play here. Rally ability is able to rescue a creature with Seither up to 5 into play. Rally is an ability that is triggered when a creature is played directly from your hand. So now Drywall is searching through his feral pile here. Does go for the Ember play. And this looks like we're just restoring some of our resources for next round. Love to see this Ember grab here. Feels responsible. So he'll go ahead, and Ember's ability is able to play a treasure card for my feral pile. So he elects to grab that King's Private Stock, draw 2 cards. And then he should be placing it on the bottom at some point here. He is double checking his plays. There we go. Okay, so shows that he did use that. Or what am I missing?
No, I think he just forgot to put it on the bottom.
Yep, Eric's showing him that now. All good. We are correct. All right. So gets off a couple more cards here. And let's see what we can do. I have a sneaky feeling about something, but we'll see if it actually happens. And then we pass it back over to Eric for his final turn of this round. Eric in Drywall is sneaking back up. He is only 3 points off the lead here. Eric is going to have to invest some resources. 8, 12,
yeah, he's at 15.
Yeah. So, yeah, Drywall's only 5 points off the lead. Like I said, Eric is going to have to invest some resources to be able to kind of secure the lead, or at least leave him in a comfortable place to win this first round here.
Yeah, I have a feeling of what's coming, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay, Eric also electing to go the Ember route, looking to build some resources back into play. I get it. I think I would also like to see this maybe early in the second round, because I would have liked to see this either earlier this round or early next round, because now he's only recovering 1 resource when probably he needs to recover probably about 10 with Ember. But still, nonetheless, able to grab a couple more cards here.
All right, I'm back. Catch me up. Still round 1?
Still round 1. Eric in a commanding position. We're
at the end of round 1 here.
All deck here. Eric down to 13 cards left in deck. And about 13 cards in hand. So Eric's down to 26 cards in total after this round.
Okay. Oh, so we had a lot of milling play.
Yep, we saw some milling early. Eric had a great combo play with Han and Spartan's Order to kind of shut that down. Drywall was able to kind of scrap Doug back into play with a few deckhands, mill off a few extras here and there. The dust kind of settled now, and seeing how we want to finish up this round.
Okay, yeah, looks like Eric definitely had a healthy comeback.
Yeah, Eric's at 26 Seither now.
Yep, so that distance, he's now double Drywall's Seither. So
No,
I feel like he's forgetting about Witch Doctor.
It almost seems like it's going to be a little much for Drywall to come back from. So at this point, to double, I mean, it's possible with what's in his hand, but would it make sense to just scoop the loss? I mean, now that you got Eric playing with about 20
on the last turn.
Yeah, I don't really think. I mean, there's a couple things, right? I mean, if you're Drywall, he could have some Doug or something in here to kind of strum Doug up one more time. He could have a Noble Retreat for Aurora, bring Doug back into play again. He could have something, or he can have a more aggressive approach for Seither and speak out just enough Seither to take down the win. So, yeah, I mean, if you're in Eric's position, or if you're just on the receiving end of this Doug Mill strategy, it's a tough one because you're just not going to feel comfortable till the round's over.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, after Drywall play, yeah. No, I meant for on Drywall's end, but that's true because if he gets dug out, Doug's best play is always first round, right? Round one. And so if he could get him out one more time and do some more damage before you end the game, I guess that's not
Yeah, see. So ooh. Wow, Spartan's Order. Interesting play there. Again, another card going to a big key card. Spartan's Order is now in the feral pile for Eric. If I'm Drywall, whether I had a cute little hand right there or not, I'm still okay seeing this hit the feral pile.
Because that was 2 played in round 1 already. So if anything, there might be 1 left.
That was his second one.
Yeah.
So it's funny. Mill got people doing weird things out there. That's all I got to say. You know, and no fault anybody's on, right? This is
you just do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, you know. So okay. Ah, shoot. Oh boy.
What happened?
And Eric said Drywall had to step away. Or looks like he's back, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. All right, well, this cursor's moving, so.
Looks like Poison 1 on Ember. I'm pretty sure Eric missed Witch Doctor's 2 turns now.
More than likely.
Because I did not see them being used.
You know, it's one of those things too. I lost count how many times I've missed Witch Doctor plays, Doug plays, all of it. It happens. It happens. So it's, you know, but I mean, that's what'll separate people too. You know, you gotta be heads up, keep track of your things and get the most out of every situation. So
24, Drywall's at 9. And whatever plan he had before, now he's got 4 new cards.
Yeah, I think for me, again, whether I had hand or not, I'm okay with seeing Spartan's Order go away. You know, and you got to think to yourself too, you know, we had a very good round there. 7, 18. He's down to 25 cards left. So And we know Narf's in there. We know what Mysterious Strangers in there.
Both King Caravans, Spartan's Orders.
Yep.
A ton.
If we saw any Avengers. If we saw Avengers go down, that's pretty big too.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that, but I don't remember all 8. We didn't see all 8 cards in the beginning. I know there was a few Seither drops. But.
Yep. Yeah, Eric has definitely plays a lot of higher counts of Seither cards.
Well, and everything here on the board. So Lordell, right? Or does Lordell go back to?
Nope. Yep, he would go into the Feral. Everything here goes to the Feral.
Yeah.
And your Papa Shanga too is in the Feral. So, Narf's going to be working overtime trying to get as many pieces back together. All the while, you're going to be facing down a very aggressive mode from the pirates too. So you're going to have to absolutely protect Narf at all costs in this next round and see what happens.
We're going to get to a point where we need to set a timer for them to play.
I think Drywall had to step away for a moment.
Oh, again? Okay.
He's got a doggy that had to go to the vet today.
Yep.
And he's back. Oh, okay, Eric, got it. He said, which doctor was used every time? We just did a shortcut since it was fueling Lordell's attack. Got it. Witch doctors can be brutal. Giving the other creatures free attacks, basically. Taking a break from drawing, Narf?
Yep. Back into watching the game.
Okay, what do we got there?
Farmer's Market. So you're able to harvest up to 2 non-hero creatures to your hand. Harvest a base inventory, draw 3. So he went for the first mate and smithy. To your hand. Or, wait, what is he doing?
Don't know. He pulled them from his feral.
That's right, I think.
What just happened?
Now he's searching the grimoire now.
Well, he's on the surface. We see he played first mate. So first mate is what's happening right now. He's grabbing Grace and Smithy. Nope, not Smithy. That and first mate. to grab Smithy.
He got those from his Pharaoh, no? Or were we?
No, he had first mates. I would have to. I'm pretty sure he harvested 2 non-hero creatures, grabbed first mate, played first mate, and then upon that he resolved. The second creature was another first mate, which got Smithy.
$29.
Wow. Insult to injury on that one.
That'll do it.
Not only does he have, 3, 6, 7, 25 cards left, but he also squeaked out the win there too. So now Drywall is going to be as aggressive as all heck to try and
yeah, let's see a final count when they put their cards back. So what does Drywall have in the deck?
He's up to 39.
39. And then Eric.
Eric's at 25. Yep.
Okay.
So just about a third. Drywall's deck gone.
No, well, he got an extra with the
30.
Spiritina.
Yep.
All right, good luck, guys. Oh, Shadow had a comment. First mate, 2 from hand or 2 from Grimoire, not both.
No, you can mix and match. Okay, so we head into round 2 here, where players are drawing into 7 cards for their starting hand, mulliganing up to 3. So, yeah, interesting dynamics from that last round. Let's see how things kick off here. Drywall is opening up with that Ember play. Goes ahead and grabs that Call to Valhalla, picking up right where he started from the beginning of that first round too. Let's see here now. If he goes for some different targets, I would have to imagine still Grace. Grace is another good grab to start off with, especially if you want to try and lay down the hammer. Take that aggressive route. Maybe some draw supports. I mean, yep, we do see that Grace come out. So that is his. He played Ember for turn. Grace from call. Cannot play a chapter if you are the player going first on your first turn.
I'm guessing we're going to see some artillery this round.
We shall see.
All right, what you got, Eric?
Eric opens up with Shaman Battle Drums. You're able to play this card if your total Seither is less than your foes, which it was. He had nothing in play. Able to get Doom out and play right away. guard and last words. So he's giving defensive. He's building up Doom here. Now Doom has a guard ability. So again, Doom has to go feral first before Drywall can target any other of his creatures in play. Not only that too, but when Doom goes feral, you're able to harvest a non-hero Shaman with up to 6 Seither into play. Very strong Shaman card. And we do find Gift of Valhalla, able to rescue a base inventory and draw 3.
That's a great one to have right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric's very happy to see that. Getting things started. He still has his native creature play for turn. Another Shaman Battle Drums. Okay, Spirit Team shutting off Ember. Drywall will take 4 free Seither on top. Eric will take 2 additional cards.
There you are.
Play. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. So here we go. We're going to probably see a Scarface clone. Drawing 3 more cards. Either that or a Papashanga, but he also doesn't really have, well, nothing on the board to draw something, but he might have something in his hand. If he grabs Papashanga, we can expect to see a resource from his hand to draw that card back. Now, he does have quite the choice here. Yes, he does go for that Scarface clone, as Narf is able to copy the ability of a non-hero Shaman creature in my feral pile and use it as my Echo ability this turn. Super effective ability as long as you have things to choose from in the feral pile, which we know Eric does. And then it reduces his Seither down to 1, so Narf goes from an 8 down to a 7. We do see a flash of King's Private Stock. Eric does have to, be as aggressive as he can here. He's down the first round. I must say though, Drywall sneaking out that first round win was quite huge, even after everything. So. Okay, give me a minute.
Oh.
Yep, what happened?
He almost clicked end stream, which would have ended the whole thing.
But also the board's gone. And he's gone.
Yeah, I'll help him later with the easy way to turn that off. Right, Frankie.
Yes.
Ooh, let's shout out AJ.
Oh yeah. Let's show off some of his deck. I mean, we're playing the game. Everybody's doing it. So here's some of those beautiful deck boxes and card boxes. The large one holds your dice and multiple decks. These are all class like lasered wood lasered deck boxes from our own Reptifibian.
They're beautiful. You can't see the side, but the side has the class that it is.
3D.
It's 3D, and they're amazing. Shout out to AJ. He's got the skills. He also does business cards if you have a business.
That's right. Yep. Those are just awesome.
Creature's back.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
All right, all good. There was an extra Spiritina lying around, so we had to manage that.
From the last round.
Yeah. So we kept the one that was, we're supposed to only have one in deck, so leave the one that was already played, and just remove the one that he had in his hand. All good. 6. And then, Seither Bladder. Nice, juicing up that Doom. Nice little Poison Wand coming into play as well, giving some offense to Eric now. Nice compact setup here. I really like this board state Eric's got going on here.
Yep.
This is pretty good of, this is probably as good as you would almost want to see it. And a King's Private Stock, you know? You got a couple more cards going. It's got some fuel left over. 11 cards left in deck. We have about 8 cards in hand. Yep. But getting the most out of each of these pieces right now is critical, so love to see that. And then we pass it on over back to Drywall's side here. Looking to answer back, establish some more pieces.
Ember will be gone, but I mean, she was void anyway. So it doesn't really hurt.
Yeah. Yep. Just kind of managing the opponent's side there. I would almost argue that Witch Doctor was, or excuse me, Grace was the bigger target. It absolutely was.
I agree.
So, because now not only that too, but Grace second wind, or excuse me, I keep saying Grace, Aurora second wind, Mysterious Stranger. There's a few different ways you can get Ember back into play and then move it off of Spiritina at that point, when Grace is not impacted by Spiritina to begin with and only helping him. So, well, we'll see what kind of setup Drywall's working with here. He is searching through Feral Pile, so we would have to anticipate some type of recursion coming. Eric nicely at 18 to Drywall's 8. Yep, there's that second win.
There it is.
Second one is a nice treasure card, able to rescue up to 2 creatures with combined to your hand. He is going for that first mate and third.
For the deckhands. We might see Doug.
We do see an Avenger play. Here it comes. Rescue up to 2 heroic creatures to your hand.
He's going for it.
So Doug is going to be added back to hand, and we're going to see that first mate come into play, bringing that third mate and Doug right into play right here. Not only that, but third mate will be able to harvest a treasure card directly to your hand as well.
Now it's time to plug and show off my fancy North the Mad mug. It's them on the board. See, if you don't have one, I use this every day. Why am I still drinking coffee at almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon? I have no idea.
That reminds me, I should go make one.
All right. So first mate coming into play here. Harvest up to 2 deckhands from my Grimoire or hand into play.
Here we go.
I think if I'm drywall and I am taking this Doug line here, the number 1 card I'm looking to get rid of from my opponent is Mysterious Stranger.
Yes.
That is the last piece for Eric. Oh boy.
Okay.
Here we go.
Creature, don't worry about the stream. I got you.
Okay.
I got you, buddy. Oh, and he left. He left the whole thing again.
Well, there's definitely been some very exciting games, I have to say.
Yeah, it's intense right now.
Yeah. I didn't expect a judge call on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, now the board's gone. I'm trying to think what was happening. It's Drywall's turn.
Yeah.
And he was, he's doing the first mate, so there might be some questions about which ones he could bring, how he could bring them in.
Got it. Yeah.
Like that. Let's look at Eric's stats versus Drywall. So Eric 10-6 on round 2. Average 21 Seither. Drywall 7-6, but a higher average of Seither. So this is going to be interesting. And then of course, if Drywall wins round 2, then it's over, and then it's between Drywall and Shadow.
Well, who won the first round? Because I missed that ending.
Drywall.
Oh, I thought because Drywall was behind in round 1.
He was, and then he got enough Seither out in round 7 to win.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Doug's back.
Welcome back, Doug.
I don't want to put up your stream because then we might miss something.
Yep, that's okay. I'm not streaming. I stopped streaming. I turned it off.
Gotta keep an eye for creature. Well, grab your snacks and fill up your water. Now's a good time to do that. I've got to feed the dogs soon. They're sleeping right now. So. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday.
It's been a great tournament.
Okay, looks like creatures should be coming back. I know, Shadow.
Don't we all, buddy? Don't we all?
You're back.
I am.
Yeah, so you don't have to leave the whole stream. You could just turn it off at the bottom there.
You could just pull yourself off the stage.
Yeah, you see the remove? That'll...
Oh, but I still hear the audio from the stream.
Oh,
you can just mute the tab and then unmute it.
Oh, I guess I can do that too. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, I got you, Doug. You didn't leave us. Okay, here we go.
All right. So yes, here we go. We see the Doug line coming into play here.
What was the judge call?
On essentially searching for your deck to double check that you have something or don't have something in there before deciding whether you want to grab from your hand or deck. So you pretty much want to know what you're going for in your grimoire. If you don't grab it from your grimoire, it's essentially failing the ability. So you kind of have to know your list, and if you aren't sure, you can do so by means of deducing what's in your feral pile in play and what's in your hand, but knowing your deck lists extremely well is definitely going to be beneficial. So
because, I mean, that's why there's cards that say, hey, search your grimoire, or look, I'm guessing. So so are you able to then just look through your grimoire, or no, you had to just know what
he
was
could
in
look
there?
through his grimoire. If he grabs some, he can absolutely look through his grimoire and look through whatever he needs to look through and grab something, and he can still look through his grimoire and not grab something, but it would essentially fail that first mate's ability, like oh no, I didn't grab anything, or I didn't have anything to grab, so it wouldn't take effect at that point. So
Gotcha.
that's why I'm saying it's good to know kind of what you want to go for, either from your hand or grimoire at that point. All right.
Did we see what treasure he got?
Nope. Totally missed it. All right. So then
he got 4 more cards off Eric?
Yes. Eric is down to 7 cards left in his deck there.
He's got 7
Doug's dagger going at it. Crackling hook. And what did he do? I totally missed that. End of the turn there.
Yeah.
And he's still... Someone's thinking. I'm not sure who.
It's Eric's turn now. Like he's figuring out what to do next.
Yeah, I didn't see if what the cards were that were discarded. Queen's Cannon coming down into play for Eric here.
Okay.
Nice little spread.
So if he goes after Doug, that...
More than likely.
Is that second mate?
So you believe he's going to go after you, Doug? What kind of nonsense is that? How can you allow that?
That's right.
Oh, I was curious, creature on the dagger. Does that do its own damage and then okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's additive on top of the 3.
So he'll be doing 7.
Yes, he dealt 7. Or excuse me, 8. Or no, yeah, it was 7. Okay.
Yeah, and he has to go for Doom.
There. And Doom is blocking 4 of it, so he took 3. And then 3 from that plus poison. So essentially 6 on Doug there.
Yeah, Drywall needed a guard out there. He needed a Callista or.
So the issue with that is like when you're trying to, I mean, that's an interesting consideration. I've talked about that edition of Callista. The tough part is when you're doing this deckhand heavy line, you start running out of spaces on that combat row.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tough to then make room for Callista. I'd love to see, I think a cool addition to this would be like a one-of Callista, especially for those follow-up turns after their first hit to your deckhands where you now have space. I think that could be beneficial. But still, this deck recurs a lot of things. It's not too bad.
I haven't seen any artillery yet from Drywall.
Okay, and then we see a farmer's market come into play here. Now we can clearly see what he wants to go for. I'm guessing he wants to go for +3. Yep.
What does Doom have on him?
Doom has the Ironclad. Yep.
So that'll block 4, and then 3 will get through.
Yep. Well, now that, he's down a first mate, he only has 3 deckhands in play, so he's going to discard 3. So he's only going to be doing 6 in this current setting. We'll see.
Well, I thought it was the turn previous.
Nope. This turn.
Okay.
Yep. Cleaning Duty. One of my new favorite cards. Swap a creature in your hand with a creature of equal Seither from your Grimoire. So he's swapping out Quartermaster of Seither of 5 for a Pirate King.
Cool.
There is no stipulation on heroic or non-heroic. That is correct. That is a clean play. Cheeky move there. So this is a big Pirate King is a great addition to this type of build where you're churning a lot of those weaker deckhand cards from that first round and even a bit into this second round here.
Mm-hmm.
He might just have enough ammo in his feral pile to have Pirate King be exactly what he needs it to be, but also deter away from Doug, giving his opponent a few different targets. Plus, he could also put Pirate King next to Grace O'Murphy for an additional +2 Seither. Now, especially when I'm playing this deck or this type of build, I try to keep my feral pile as organized as possible just to always see exactly which pieces are in there, how many creatures do I have, what's going on, because you're always working through there. The more organized, the more effective and efficient you can kind of manage your turns. Okay, Doug's going to go ahead and proc for 2. Bringing Eric down to a 5-card hand. We're looking for that Mysterious Stranger.
3.
Oh, just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, he does lose that Doom, which is actually super impactful here. So that was the one thing I was curious about, right? This Doom goes feral. You just, because of his last words ability, harvest a non-hero shaman into play, you could just recycle your old Doom with the new Doom. And seeing that Doom hit the feral pile, that play is no longer valid. Now Eric down to 4 cards in deck and 7 cards in hand, 11 cards to work with. He does have a healthy Narf though, which can do a lot of different things here. So we need Narf to be as healthy and protected as possible. Doom
so
is definitely doing that part.
Even if Drywall loses this round, I mean, Eric's not going to have too much ammo for round 3.
No. Eric needs, well, it's tough, right? Because if you have the Mysterious Stranger in hand, do you play it? Do you discard those last 3 cards just to rescue the 2 back again? Like, you know, how do you want to manage this last little handful of cards here? Because even if you play Mysterious Stranger, yes, you lose the 3, but you would almost feel like you need to grab that second Mysterious Stranger again. Plus 1 other card.
You have to. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You cannot allow that to go feral.
No. I wish in spectator mode I could access
I know.
feral piles. Not even deck. I don't even care about that. I just want to see feral piles. That's all. Well, you have me. All right. So the interesting thing here now, too, is Narf's going to go ahead and clone Scarface. Eric's down to 1 card left in deck. Doug's ability is now turned off, right? You could discard, sure, that last card, go for it. But then, you know, now Doug's time is done. Now you need to take over with aggression, and you need to find your way to kind of close out this second round. All the while, Doom is just getting built up to be this absolute wall of a creature right now. So with the Dragon Scale Elixir reducing damage from attacks by 2 plus Ironclad blocking 4 damage, that's shutting down 6 damage done to Doom. So
it's going to take a lot. Yeah. Oh, and he's adding Seither to him, so he really is building him up quite a bit.
So all this means, though, too, is this is now just turning into a pure Seither race, right? Because now Drywall is not going to invest all these resources to attack into Doom. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I would just turn and look, be like, all right, I need to start building Seither ASAP, right? And he has the perfect piece in his hand to do so. He has Pirate King. Does he have enough in his feral pile to get him as high to be competitive with Eric's Seither? That's left to question. But
yeah,
what Eric's saying right now with Doom and drawing those last few cards with Scarface is we're turning this into a Seither race. So, and that's what we'll get. So, the next option aside from Pirate King could be a Pirate Mothy where nothing's left in his deck. He can start discarding cards from his hand. We don't know what kind of access he has to that, but
right, that's true too. I mean, because at this point to go into a 3rd round, it's going to be very difficult for Eric. But Eric needs to go into a 3rd round to win the game.
He has to, yeah. It's kind of like a catch-22.
Yeah.
Are you able to squeak it out, figure out a path to victory? Are you delaying the inevitable? What's really the... But that Mysterious Stranger can absolutely do wonders for things, so we'll see.
Yeah, and yeah.
Even if he has another Ember lying somewhere, we don't know exactly.
Here goes the last card, Seither drop.
And you know what? It's not a bad piece to lose. That's decent, actually. So we know
he might have the Stranger in his hand?
Yeah, he absolutely... I would have to imagine he does. And he's probably going to protect it with his life.
But right now he's in a good position because, like Joel, didn't play anything. Eric really just needs to wait it out because he's already won the round if Drywall doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so Drywall's waiting. Okay, so that was the cat and mouse game I was curious of there. Drywall passed his turn, didn't do anything. He was hoping for what he's going to do is hopefully wait for these creatures to go feral to only give Pirate King more fuel. Eric correctly did not attack that turn, knowing he has Pirate King in hand, knowing it's going to be fuel. So the difference of a couple points of Seither here, right? Because now why would you attack into these when they're one Seither occupying 2 spaces?
Yeah, and they can't do any damage. They can't hurt you.
Yeah. So Eric should absolutely correctly be just straight up passing turns. And force Drywall to play Seither. So that's exactly what we got going on here. And it's 6-21. So 15-point difference. And really, I'm pretty confident if he plays Pirate King, it's already at 5 Seither. So
that's what he's looking at right now, I bet you.
Yeah. So does he have 10? He has 25 cards in his feral pile. You know.
Like, and this is where I wonder, right? Would it make sense? I mean, look, you want to try to clinch it now and win the game, or just like let this round play out, give it to Eric, and then try to battle in the 3rd round when you know you have the advantage of all those cards.
Well, he has 3 rounds left. It doesn't really hurt him to.
Yeah, I would not be letting like I wouldn't be conceding if I were Drywall by any means.
Right. No, I mean but you just play it out. There's no concede, just kind of not waste cards or that's what I'm asking. Like,
yeah. I mean, Eric could also leave himself with exactly 5 cards left in hand to design his hand for next round, right? I mean, so if you're Eric, what cards do you want to see with Mysterious Stranger? Right? Do you go for do you go Elrug Avenger? Do you go? I don't even know if you go Avenger. No, because even if Elrug.
All right, there we go. I don't think Drywall had any plays.
Yeah,
and he didn't want to do Pirate King yet.
Yeah,
right, which makes sense. Yeah, not to.
It's going to be sketchy though, right? Because he has 32 cards, and it feels like a mountain of cards next to your opponent that has 7, right? So finding Pirate King, hopefully he's able to do so with only 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, but odds are he has a lot of options, ways to get him. So
other kind of plays too.
Well, let's hope. But that's going to be right. You had it once, now it's like, of course I understand the value of playing it in this 3rd round for a few more points of either. But there is that first element, and that is you do have to find it first. And this isn't the Valkyrie deck where you can just play Sizemore and all of a sudden your whole deck comes together. So
round 3.
So advantage to, well, I shouldn't say advantage, but Eric knows pretty much what he's getting out of his cards. And if he doesn't see what he needs, he knows that the other 2 are in deck. So it's in his best interest to probably mulligan 2, not 1, just so he doesn't have a 50% chance of drawing the card he needed. You might as well guarantee yourself the card by cutting ties with a second card.
Unless he already has the card he needs and he's just there he is. He's mulliganing 2.
If you don't have Mysterious Stranger in hand, you mulligan 2, never 1.
Yeah.
So Drywall mulligans 1. That's an indication of a very content start, to say the least. So, and Eric has seen his entire deck at this point, so we know. All right, so he knows there must be. Oh, he has a wand left, hey?
That's a shaman wand.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep. Currently it is. It won't be moving forward, but
All right, so we have Master Smith with Wand of Silence. Seither Bladder coming out.
That's a good one.
So nice addition with good payoff for Seither Bladder, especially against this deck. Unfortunately, he only played 3 of, or I shouldn't say unfortunately, but that's what he has allocated. So +6 to Master Smith.
Plus the Seither for the wand.
So yeah, he should be up to 18.
14.
Or 14, yeah. Ooh, there's the Queen Hares.
Can you adjust? You can't adjust their Seither? Oh, as a spectator, huh?
No, why is he going down further? Oh, he's up.
Because he just procced it, but he's missing the 3 from the wand.
Yeah.
So he should be at a 10. I don't know what's happening. Just let it ride.
So right, you got 5 and then 6 from the Seither Bladder. We put him at 11, and then 2, 3 wands. So that'd put him at 17.
Right, minus the 4 from Queen Hares.
Oh, the damage he just took, right? Okay. So he's correct.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, it looks like he fired once. Queen Hare. Okay. Eric's down to 1 card. So that one, if I could bet a lot of things, I'm guessing that's Mysterious Stranger.
Or maybe he didn't have it and it went away in round 1 because we didn't see all the cards that went.
Yeah, unless we missed it. Otherwise, if we missed it, then obviously it's not. But otherwise...
Well, he didn't play anything.
Well. All right, we got Jackbeard finally coming down now, and it also is able to raise Queen Hare's Revenge's Break by 1 when played. Not only that, but you're able to harvest or rescue a base inventory and equip it to Jackbeard himself.
Yeah, shield would be nice, but I don't know. I think he has shields.
For who? Jackbeard?
Yeah, because he can't attack Master Smith. Oh, I guess with the hook. There you go.
Yep. Very good. Okay.
Nine, so it's going to be 4 from Queen Hares and then 4 from the hook.
That looks to be correct. So we have 8 from 11, bring him down to 3. Oh. 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 That's GG.
He didn't have Stranger.
Didn't have it. He lost it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess we were assuming that the whole time.
Wow. Okay.
That's the last card in your hand.
Good game, guys.
One the hero.
We want to see the 5. What's the 5?
No!
Wow, what an incredible round. Eric really put up a good
Yeah,
fight.
give him a round of applause for that.
Especially on that
Yeah,
first
that was
round
wild.
there.
That was good.
yeah, Eric did everything he could. It's a tough one, right? Because then you go back and start to think to yourself too. Do you? Here, can we drop this and go back?
Don't forget the chest for calling it.
And honestly, I mean, yeah, I guess the tough part was because he was so well played, Eric. But it was just that Doug and that milling just really just left them with not many options at the end.
Most definitely. And it's like you go back to that first turn where you see Doug discard 7, 9 cards off the top.
Cards.
And it's like 8 cards, yeah. And do you go, because you're deciding, do we scoop here and reset for round 2, or do we keep going on, right? So it's like a tough decision point. And Eric, as that player, is like, oh, maybe you reflect on that moment too, or at least I would, right? Because it's like, oh, if I would have conceded there and then just hit the reset button into round 2, now I have just under 40 card deck going into round 2 versus 18? No, he had 25 cards.
Yeah, but at the same time, his next play was Han, right? And coming out with that, he did remove Doug. So he's thinking, okay, look, he removed so many creatures. He's smart and ordered to kind of even the tables. So he took the loss and said, okay, I can make a comeback from this, which he really looked like he did. So at that point, I didn't really expect it to go the way it did.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah. And it was just drywall, kind of nickel and diamond him from that Han point that kind of just added up over time. Yeah. And to be honest too, 25 isn't hard to work with. You still have some key components, but what was discarded out of that, out of all of that was just enough, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, great. And
well played.
Great. Yeah, absolutely well played by both players there. That pirate deck was very well piloted by Drywall, really putting those pieces together. So, and now congrats to both Shadow and Drywall for making the finals. We'll have that coming up next. I'm going to check in on the players, making sure that we're good. But we'll take a few minutes here and get ourselves set up for that final 3-game set. And
but we'll be back in a few minutes with some alpha.
Okay, I was going to say, that's right. Is that what we got going on?
Wow.
Okay.
Or we can leak it while Creature is...
Well, I'm not sure what alpha you're going to be leaking, so I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, because Drywall is going to take a break before, so... Eee. It's exciting.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful event. Hey, Look, you're on my background now. I'm on Queen Hares. How'd that happen?
Oh, well, going now it's gonna be Pirate v Valkyrie. So there we go.
All right, there. Well, I'm still stuck on the pirates now.
You are. All right.
I'm actually excited to draw another pirate ship.
Yeah.
I have one in mind. Wondering.
You ready to drop the alpha? We got 25 people in the audience.
Oh, okay. What's the alpha? Because I'm not sure what we're allowed to say or not. So you have to talk about it.
Well, I'm actually going to let you do whatever you want to do. How about that?
No, it's fun. Well, you started off because I don't know which alpha you're talking about. You talk about whatever.
I'll just pop it on the screen then.
Should we? Okay. Go ahead. Surprise me too. Oh, wow. Look at that.
What about that? What is that, Narf?
That's pretty fancy. That's almost that's something special that's coming soon.
Origins.
That's what we've been working on for a while.
Yeah, maybe some booster packs.
Yeah.
New cards.
New cards, new art.
New artwork. I'm waiting to see what else you're gonna say.
I'm not saying nothing. We showed a little bit before what I was working on.
New artwork, new creatures, new ways to get a creature card.
Yep. A lot of new things coming with that. So I think that'll be exciting. And they'll be digital and physical. Yep, right?
Yeah.
So.
You're so scared right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to say nothing. But,
new abilities.
Yep. And so Origins will be the first set to come out with everything, including stuff that's in the starter deck, so you can start building your own custom decks, including a bunch of new stuff that you can mess around with, and so give you guys opportunity.
Make sure you subscribe
decks,
so you know when it's coming. And if you're on X, you can follow us there. I'm excited. Excited for the Origins.
No, I can't let it out, Cryptimus. I can't. I can't do it. Not gonna do it.
That was plenty.
Yeah. Put that image back up though. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was a lot of teamwork. Logo, all the logo for the sets, all hand drawn, designed. So just leave that up until Melly gets back.
Yeah, let the boys take a breather before the final round.
Yep. Are we in the green room?
No, we're still on stream.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I was just opinion on the thing. So people just listening to it.
They just can't see us.
Oh, okay. I feel like we should find a way to bring, while they're playing, but bring them on stream too, so we can hear what they're talking about. Oh, but then they could hear what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing, and they need to focus, so we don't want to disrupt their focus.
Sure. Well, now in the between, we should have somebody come on and talk about that last game. You know, what they were thinking, how they were playing. Like now, brings Jalil. Oh, they're getting ready, but bring Drywall up or Eric. Like, tell us what was going through your head during that game.
Yeah, Drywall is taking a break.
Yep. See if Eric wants to pop in.
Yeah, I'll drop the link for him, see if anybody wants to jump in.
Jalil, possibly. Talk about game one against Shadow. He came out so strong in that first round.
Yeah, Shadow did Shadow things round one.
Yeah.
But Nightfall played, I mean, amazing. Like, just to get a round win against Shadow is a feat in its own.
I know, I keep calling him Jalil. I should call him Nightfall.
We need to somehow combine the, like...
We did. Nightfall
Jafal.
Jafal. That's it. That's in your name. Jafal.
Jafal Little Knight.
Little Jafal. That's what we're going to call him. Little Jafal. That's it. Tomorrow morning, he's going to, when he says good morning, I'm going to say good morning, Little Jafal.
We should change his name in Discord to Jafal.
We changed the name of his ticket already.
I do like Nightfall, though.
Nightfall. Nightfall J.
Yeah, so if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to give it a like and hop in the Discord, because you can be in the next tournament. You can play with us in Discord. You can help create the game. We are going to be starting the Sorcerer and Spartan decks very soon. It's usually what we do in between seasons. We work on the game, testing new cards, new abilities, all that fun stuff. So definitely join us, because we want your feedback. We want your input. I don't know any other game out there that you can help build it.
Help develop, help build, become a character in the game, help create cards for the game, play test it all.
All of it. Oh, I also wanted to show we have a full set bundle available now. It's on the website. Throw that up again. I'm not sure. Just go to the shop and you can find this. You get a free playmat, the Viking playmat, to go along with all 4 decks. So you can test out all the different decks, and then we have everything else available if you'd like to throw some dice with it, or the character standees, or whatever else. But yeah, this is brand new to the shop. Super fun. So yeah, next will be the Spartans and the Sorcerers. I know Creature's excited about that.
Yep. I think everybody's excited for that one.
Yeah, the Spartans are really brutal.
Yeah, and definitely bring unique play style, like more unique play styles to the game.
Sorcerers, I mean, there's endless stuff with them. So a lot of magic, spells.
See more dragons come into play?
Yes. All right, so game 3 is going to be Drywall v Shadow. Here's Drywall stats. Round 2, a lot of Seither there. He is the current champion. So is he going to stay champion?
I know Shadow's after it.
Shadow. This is crazy. Comment below. What do you think? You will win a legendary chest this round, because we're on round 3. So let's see it in the comments. The Drywall of Shadow. Who's it gonna be? Pirates or Valkyries? I don't know. Okay, Peak. Okay. Peak said Drywall.
All right. And anything's possible.
I'm guessing we're going to see some more milling, so that might be enough to disrupt Shadow from doing Shadow things. I don't know.
We're going to see what Shadow has to say about that.
Anybody else? Gotta get it in there now before the game starts. Get the chest. I'm guessing they're getting hyped up right now. Or calmed down. One of the two.
One or the other, yeah.
Yeah, again, I'm happy I'm not playing today and I get to just chill.
All right.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I just had to get a refresher.
All right, last chance. Get it in the chat. Drywall or Shadow.
Be Wheezy. Oh, whoops. Yeah. You know what? This looks suspicious. Right. The boys are pretty much ready to go here. Yep. Eric ain't even rooting for the person that took him out. That's messed up.
Doug's going with Drywall.
A little bitter.
All right.
It's well played, though. Well played.
All right, so it's 50-50 so far. We got 2 for Shadow, 2 for Drywall.
Yeah, I will say, piggybacking off of Cryptimus's comment, it would be dope to have Shadow win as his first piece on the Battle Bunnies trophy wall. So very good. There's no wrong winners here today. So wishing them the best of luck.
Absolutely.
And
Drywall don't like to let anybody else win.
No.
So
Cool. All right, so this is a best of 3 game set. So.
Oh, okay. So game 1. Okay. Got it.
All right, just gave him the green light. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yep, you want to pull up the table?
Oh, whoops, I'm the only one watching it. Haha.
All right, and away we go.
Right.
Round 1, game 1.
Shadow won the coin flip, or is going first, or maybe he lost the coin. Anyway, going first opens up with Horn of the Hero, able to harvest a heroic creature. Add it to your hand.
Threw away, who is that? Isabel.
Yep, threw away Isabel, grabbed Queen. It's an interesting strategy, too. It's cool seeing Queen being grabbed super early. I've seen some other Valkyrie players kind of go for that Sonya play first, or maybe even that Firefly play first, but he just goes right for it. And just thinking card advantage in terms of your board state. If you can get Christikins and get a 2-for-1 play, it's just always better.
Double Skylar.
The way he's moving,
this is someone too who's very confident, who knows this build backwards, who knows his strategies, his plays inside and out, right? So this is a very experienced player here. One could say he's almost just gliding through his gameplay.
Oh, I see what you did there.
So we see that Ember coming into play. He did his Call to Valhalla cycle, Crystale, and he is kind of keeping that Queen Christikins in the background there. Drywall opening up with that King's Private Stock, able to draw 2 cards. He'll figure out the placement here in a second. There we go. Excuse me. So these Skylers that he set down are the spies. Again, if any card is adjacent to it, it's going to receive +2 damage from the first Valkyrie attack that turn. So Drywall needs to now maneuver some of these roadblocks that Shadow set on his side. Positive for Drywall. He does get +4 Seither. But these fall in line right with Shadow's aggressive strategy here. Drywall's going to try and piece this puzzle together, see if he can get this done. Does open up with a farmer's market. Probably going to go for +2 creatures here. Looking for that first mate maybe, or maybe whatever piece he doesn't have, he's going to try and fill. Double first mate play. Love to see it. So we're going to see we're going to see a lot of deckhands this turn, I imagine. We're going to see at least 4. We do get the Pirate Mothy. Wow, an early Pirate Mothy play. Interesting. Switches it up, does equip a Bow of Vitality, turns on a bit of aggression. Shuffles up, going for that Pirate Mothy proc, does discard the Ember. Ooh, unfortunately for Drywall, he does have Queen in hand. Would have loved to see that low percentage Queen pull there. So he does get rid of Skylar, interestingly enough. That's a very responsible play. Yep, 7 is correct. Okay, Shadow keeping track of his Echo ability usage. Those red dots are just reminders for both players that the ability is either been used or not. King's Caravan coming down for Shadow. Harvest 1 heroic creature in an inventory. And now we see the Sonya grab and the Frostbite. Frostbite is deals 3 damage, I believe, plus freeze. So we have to imagine Pirate Mothy will be targeted down with that Frostbite to slow down his Echo ability. Shadow just kind of savoring the flavor with Queen Christikins in hand. Sonya coming down now is able to harvest a base bow to me or Milo into play. I would have to imagine, okay, goes for the Bow of Vitality, dealing 3 damage at the cost of 2 on hit. He does get 1 Scyther back, essentially costing only 1 Scyther. Crystale now coming into play. Procs the ability, discards Rakelia to draw 2. Just feeding Queen Christikins there. Does get the Frostbite down. Increasing Rakelia up to a 6. And Bow of Vitality coming down onto Ember here. So bye-bye Mothy. It was nice knowing you. Unless he has a halt. Unless he has... I believe we saw 2 halts that he showcased from his gameplay in the last game. But he is anticipating it, so... Unless he's saving the halt for... Nope. Bye-bye, Morothy. Queen Cannon now coming into play for Rywall. Deals 3 damage to a target and 3 damage to the adjacent to 2 adjacent creatures of the target. Drywall then plays King's Caravan. He's searching his deck now for a heroic creature and or 1 inventory card. Curious to see if he's going to go very unique line here. Okay, passes the turn over. He does use Queen's Cannon to hit into Sonia and Crystale. Shadow opens up with Master Smith for his creature play for turn. Once per turn, he can harvest an inventory card with Seither equal to the turn amount, or up to the turn amount. Ooh. Shadow does upgrade the Bow of Vitality to Melody. My attack dealt feral damage plus 3 Seither to me. It's also dealing 6 damage, so bye-bye Queen Cannon. Shadow just pretty much deleting anything that Drywall is putting into play right now. However, we do know Drywall's hand is pretty stacked up and ready to go for this epic deckhand setup here. Is this the turn we see it? It might be.
I mean, and also, let's not forget, these are 2 top players right now going head-to-head, so we knew this wasn't going to be easy for either of them.
No, not at all. But Drywall is definitely going to need to be extra mindful and really piece this puzzle going up against the top player. So it can be done.
Yes.
This deck, the Valkyries are not safe from Doug and his deckhands. I believe this to be the build that can take it down. This is one, though, you definitely have to sequence correctly. It rewards proper sequencing and can definitely punish improper sequencing. So he does lead with the first mate, followed by Doug. And then he plays a second first mate, which is correct. Excuse me. All right, so here we see Drywall did exactly that. He lined up his deckhands here, got his Grace out, Got both first mates out, another Grace out, a Doug out. Does find the Crackling Hook onto Doug and equips the Golden Cutlass to Grace. Okay. So Golden Cutlass, dealing 4 damage. On hit, draws a card. This Crackling Hook is able to target and give access to that ranged throw, dragging something up, just like this Ember here. Dealing 4 damage to it, and then going to finish it off with the Grace and the Golden Cutlass. Goodbye, Melody and Ember. Great play there. And with the Doug proc, he did discard 5 cards. Gift of Valhalla, bringing that right back, and just going to go ahead and upgrade that to Sonya more than likely. Then now he can go ahead and play his Christikins and get Ember Rakelia up, and now he can start turning up the aggression a bit more, if he so chooses. I think at this point, too, you need to probably keep going up here. And here she is. Queen Christikins coming out into play. I would have to imagine it's going to be a Rakelia play. Don't know if you need Ember right now. And then you can, if he has Icebreaker too, that'll add extra offense to that combat row. Melody being upgraded to Sonya there. And here is Icebreaker being equipped to Rakelia. Bumping up Rakelia's Seither by a few. And here comes all the weapons. Frostbite, Melody, another Frostbite, and Icebreaker. Shadow will be dealing 17 damage this turn if he elects to go for all of it right now. Salvage is to your deck. Salvage is to your deck. Hang on. Hang on. Does he catch that? Thank you.
All right, so it looks like we got some milling going on.
Yeah, just a bit. Shadow is also got the whole fleet set up too.
Mm-hmm.
Icebreaker going into Grace is going to take out Grace here.
Did Drywall get them all out round turn 1?
No, he did Pirate Moth the turn 1, and then he just put these out last turn.
So he got 5?
Yes, yep. So now he's just kind of piecing his way around, trying to figure out who he wants to take out next. Oh, pausing the game there. Well, I missed it when I was away, but did you share the alpha?
We did.
Nice.
Booster packs coming soon.
Oh, yeah. Nice. All right. And then looks like plays back on, and Grace is being targeted for by ice or by one of the frostbites. Doug being taken down by Melody, I imagine. Yep. Yeah, and this is where, too, Shadow's just got a great setup going on. This is his aggressive look here. And that Grace being frozen turned off that +2 damage from her ability, allowing Doug to be hit for feral damage. Drywall correctly choosing heads or evens. That is the correct choice always. Never choose tails. Doesn't work. Okay, back over to Drywall now. He's got a lot of pieces going on that he has to deal with. But again, too, if you're going to commit and choose to do this Doug line, it's almost, I shouldn't say it's irrelevant what they have on their side, but you just, all you're trying to do is just discard, 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 discard. Mill. So to a certain degree, it is irrelevant what they have going on over there.
You actually get excited to see them playing a lot of cards.
Exactly. So I think, too, if that's the case, too, right? Like, it took a fair amount of cards to get to this point. Shadow's also recovered some key pieces as well. So I'm curious to see if he just sets his board up to a certain level of aggression and then just pretty much caps out from there and tries to coast as long as he can, given what he's already played, to where he can really hang on to those other pieces, not draw unless he needs to, right? We didn't even see any sort of Firefly supply carriage, nothing. So anyways, Drywall does play that Noble Retreat, allowing him to return a friendly creature back to his hand. Then does a cleaning duty to swap a creature in your hand. So he's swapping out a first mate with Seither Free with a different creature with that also has 3 Seither. And he goes for Aurora the Fixer. So there we go. So Aurora is going to come into play, bring Doug back in here, place it right next to Grace. Now that her ability is turned back on, Doug will get that +2 again, making it quite awkward for Melody to do feral damage either. I actually kind of like this setup because in order to, right, Doug is just out of reach for the 6 damage from Melody, and to freeze Grace or remove Grace, you have to take out 1. So you're going to be spending more Seither than you're removing from your opponent in this situation, regardless how you draw it up. So it's a little awkward there, but you still have to kind of push through these plays to do those things. So does get rid of Crystal, play. Ooh, does lose a Firefly supply carriage. That's a key ingredient there. Again, we're looking for those mysterious cards. We did see from Shadow in the first game that he does play some Spartan's Orders.
And Mysterious Stranger.
Oh, yeah, of course, Mysterious Stranger. But we won't be seeing Spartan's Orders if he has Mysterious Stranger also in hand. He would, I would imagine he wouldn't want to run, be at risk of it being milled. So goes ahead and procs Queen Christikins and brings Ember back into play now that you have Raquel in there as well. Grabs a second win, brings Ember back to his hand there. and adds Second Wind to the bottom of his deck. And these are the types of cards, Second Winds. We saw a salvage from him the turn before. These are great recovery cards. That's going to extend the life of his deck, kind of dampening the effects of this mill strategy from these pirates. And then goes ahead and takes out Grace there, reducing Doug back down to 5. And now he can comfortably hit into Doug with, he can hit it with Icebreaker, or it's actually correct to hit with Melody instead of Icebreaker there, right? You're spending 3 Seither to deal 5 when he could have spent 1 Seither to deal 6. So, but still gets the job done.
How many cards does Shadow have in the Feral now?
He's got 15. $26 left in deck. And what is that? 8 cards in hand. The only thing that's tough with Drywall in this build too is that we haven't really seen too much draw support. He's really relied heavy on some of those other key pieces. So being able to stay up against this aggressive type of build is going to add a lot of pressure to your hand strength. So where he's traded off for some of those other techs and those treasures and creatures, he kind of gave up some draw support. So
Yeah.
we'll see what...
I haven't noticed that.
Yep.
Not much draw support at all.
No.
But that could be by choice, what he's playing.
I mean, we saw it in a best of 1 last game. It wasn't too much of an issue. Speaking of draw support, this will do the trick. Third mate coming into play, harvest a treasure card, add it to my hand. We have to think this is going to be KPS, King's Private Stock, or maybe a Second Wind. It's probably going to be one of those two. Depending on hand strength, if his hand is relatively better.
Or Noble Retreat, so he can bring back Aurora.
Yeah. I don't know if there's enough value for that play over than what maybe a Second Wind might do.
Yeah, because he already played a creature too.
Yeah. It could be kind of polarizing because, like, King's Private Stock is like, oh, I draw 2 and hopes you find something good. Second Wind could be good too. But really, you're just getting, you're really not getting anything else into play. So it's kind of like a loss of a turn here.
He could be trying to set up for round 2 also.
Well, yeah. Okay. Interesting. He goes for
the underdog? What was that?
I believe it was Pirates Code.
Okay.
So does pass the turn here. I think as a mill player, I think Shadow's incentivized to do as little as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. That's as little as possible as you get. So So Drywall is going to be in for a very tough game here, right? That move right there is just...
You could have grabbed a treasure just to have it back in your grimoire with Ember. Like use the Second Wind or a salvage or something like that.
Yeah, I would rather... Yeah, you could, but who knows? I personally am a fan of just pure passing.
Is that Caravan Drywall?
Yes, King Caravan is harvesting heroic creature in an inventory. Unfortunately, for Drywall, I'm not too much of a fan of this setup right now. It feels kind of awkward, but I would almost just reset and move to the next round.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird setup. We had that delay start with Doug. He opted to go for Mothy.
Now he grabbed Pirate King and Doug's dagger.
Yeah. So I think
dagger could be for round 2. Wait, why would he grab it now? Unless he's got a plan to get Doug back.
So if I'm Shadow, you might play something, but I could also very much see him doing a pass of the turn again. I would probably call Drywall on his bluff there. However, Drywall did grab Pirate Code from first mate last turn. So he could be trying to do what he did to Eric in that first round, where he just popped off again on that very last turn to not give Shadow that option to hit back to him again. So, but is it too little too late? We'll see. And I think, yeah, Shadow does kind of read the writing there and goes for a bit of insurance. And it's not even at the expense of his own hand or deck. He's just returned something in play. So I like that. And he's able to get essentially plus 10 to his Seither total by not playing any cards.
Oh, he's got double Rachelias,
Yeah. So good heads up. And if I'm looking at this as a mill player, I'm nervous for all future rounds to come. So, wow. And play Spartan's Order because he knew Drywall was cooking it up in there. And says, you know what? I'm giving myself that insurance. I don't mind that Spartan. You got a lock on, it's end of the round. You have 28 cards, plenty to work with there. Momentum Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow's doing everything he can to make sure he wins this round.
Yeah. If you want to learn how to play against mill players, watch this game. This is exactly how you navigate this.
So yeah, Drywall 6 against 31 with four random cards.
Yep.
He just got.
Yeah. So what is that? 25. I don't even know. You need some combination of something. Okay, salvage to kind of reset a little bit for next round.
Mm-hmm.
Grab that crackling hook too.
Maybe it's not in there anymore.
It should be.
Maybe he didn't see it.
I mean, if you leave it in there for Jackbeard, it's kind of irrelevant because Jackbeard can harvest or rescue, so there's no real reason to leave something in there. Okay. All right.
If you can't win the round, just don't play anything. You know what I mean? Because then you're wasting.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right? Yeah, Drywall. I mean, this is the last turn, so. Yeah, Shadow's done, so he might be crunching numbers, because what? I don't think he played. No, he didn't play Chapter yet for turn.
That's if he got one.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to think through. He has an opening, right? What would be that comeback?
Yeah.
And what does it start to look like, right? So I think it starts with a Chapter card, right? And so if that's what you're theory crafting, trying to crunch numbers, right? So here we go. Farmer's Market.
Okay, yeah.
So this is kind of what he could be alluding towards, trying to piece it together. it's going to be close enough to him to where he feels like he has a shot. So
you grab 2 creatures.
Yep. So here he's probably just going to go double grab from deck.
Yep.
Or grab from hand first, and then the second one grab both from deck. Okay, first mate.
Here we go.
Quartersmith. Quartersmith is good at linger. If first, second, third mate are all on my battlefield, each receive
Quartersmith.
Yep, this is a card from way in the past here. But if you're able to get it off, cute little card. And then we go ahead and, yep, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. He was crunching numbers, trying to see if the value was there to play it, right? So
yeah.
Here it's just going to come down to, does everything add up? Unfortunately, he doesn't get the bonus of Quartermaster's effect, but he does still get +5 Seither with it, so it's pretty decent. So he's at 25 Seither difference before, so that's 3... So this is 3. That's 3, 3, 6.
That's actually 25, I believe, that he pulled out.
Well, let's see if he did it. So 10, 16, 7 is 23, 28, 31.
Oh, no, I was counting, I was counting stuff already on the field.
I think that's 31. Oh, you got 27? I think that's... No, that's
23, 26, 28. Yeah, that's 31. No, it's 31.
Bam, he got it. Don't attack.
And that's 33.
Yeah, if anybody's in chat listening to that... Oh, he's double checking. Thank God he's double checking.
Yeah, because he doesn't have dice on Grace. That's why he missed.
He got it anyway. Holy crap. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. The tactical drywall.
It's crazy, yeah.
I don't even think... Yeah, I don't even think Shadow really kind of anticipated that. So I think Eric...
He ended at like 34 or something.
Yeah.
Wild.
Wow. Round 1, game 1, drywall.
I know, Pete. That was crazy sauce.
That was that's some OG tactics right there. And shout out to the OG legend. So I think, Shadow's like, yeah, I absolutely could have pressed the gas there, but the distraction and
it's hard when you're trying to
conserve
cards,
kind of throws it off, right? So that's what led to that. So it's going to be an interesting.
It's hard because you don't know if you want to, play more stuff that's going to go feral. You think you got a good enough lead.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Wow, what a good round.
All right. So
even with the Spartan's order and disrupting his whole hand, he had planned for that. Crazy.
Spartan's order is such a crazy card because sometimes it can help you. And then sometimes you get 4 cards and 3 of them you can't even use.
Yeah.
And you're just decimated.
All right, round 2 here.
How many cards does Shadow
have? 26 in deck, but Drywall also has 29. So really nothing, Doug didn't really do his thing too much. and everything that was thrown away is accessible and or recovered at this point. So
okay.
We're gonna. So Shadow's looking for Sizemore.
Yeah.
Shadow's looking for Sizemore to get Kristakins back into play. And then he'd probably chain it with Ember and kind of go from there. But before we get there, Drywall is opening up with Call to Valhalla here.
Me too, Peak.
We all have, right?
All right, Shadow looking for a win.
Well, both of them. All right, so we go Call to Valhalla, Ember. I think he just, I don't know. Cool. Be right back.
Ember, Call to Valhalla. Let's see what he grabs. Oh, changed his mind on Smithy. That's a second mate. That's the one that lets you bring back a deckhand from the feral pile if one goes feral. And first mate, or third mate, which doesn't matter because it's a rally ability.
All right.
It looks like he's going the deckhand route again.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, you have to think about it, right? 30-40% of your deck is composed of deckhand usage. So, I
don't know if I missed something, but I thought he played Ember as his creature. Oh, maybe he used Call to Valhalla.
He used Call to Valhalla for it, yeah.
I missed that first one.
Yep. All right, nice little shield on Ember, protect her a bit. Shadow opens up with his own C to B. Likely story, we've heard it all day. Ember, Call to Valhalla. Now, isn't that Firefly's character one of her stories that she wrote?
Ember?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
I know Peak's got a few in here.
I know, I was going to say it's either her or Peakview.
Yeah. And also, too, it's good to see you, Peak. Thanks for hopping in this afternoon. Hope your weekend and afternoon are going well, brother. It's starting to warm up over by y'all. And we do see that mysterious stranger coming down for Shadow. And Firefly supply carriage going
Ember down. Is Peakview's bunny. Yeah, it was
That's
baby
what
girl.
All right. Apologies, Peak. Hey, what's up, CJ? Good afternoon.
That's Alpha. What's up, Alpha?
What's up, Alpha? Good to see you. Hope your afternoon's going well. Thanks for tuning in, man. So we got a little Jesse Rose action. +1 damage dealt from adjacent creatures. We do have Queen back in play here. For anybody just joining, this is our championship match. These are our final two. Drywall on our left-hand side playing Pirates, and Shadow on our right-hand side playing his Valkyrie deck. This is round one, game one.
This is round two.
Round two. Drywall 1, round 1. And this is just the start of round 2 here. Shadow getting a nice little ranged row setup. Jesse Rose looking to add some offensive support to Ember there. Ironclad going down on the second Ember. Frostbite coming into play. Frostbite, when it attacks, as long as it hits, it'll freeze the target. Icebreaker going down onto Jesse Rose there. Looking to take out that second mate deckhand. Second mate deckhand is a key component to this reusable Doug Mill strategy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Doing great, man. Excited to hang out, watch some games, chat with y'all.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Shadow's got a nice little compact setup right now. Queen seems a little accessible, though. She's a little naked. No guards going on. So if Drywall's able to, if you're going to be switching into an offensive mode, it might be good to just kind of bypass all of this and go straight for her. Anyways, he opens up with wind.
Maybe Aurora or...
Well, what he grabs will be...
Okay.
So he is looking to expand. Grabs that first mate and third mate.
You can use Ember to use that again.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what makes some of these key cards that we're seeing in every deck here.
There it is.
Oh yeah, he's gearing up for a big hand play here. We're gonna see a lot of cards go bye-bye. Let's see if he if he grabs Ember. Okay, first mate coming into play, able to harvest up to 2 deckhands or hand into play. Doug coming down onto the field. Third mate coming down onto the field. So as it stands, we have 5 deckhands in play. Remember, Doug, once per turn, can discard the top card from My Foe's Grimoire for each friendly deckhand in play. And he's resolving third mate's rally ability, harvest a treasure card. Add it to my hand, so he's going to go ahead and go for King's Private Stock, draw 2 cards. He's using Ember's ability to retreat, use Noble Retreat to return Ember. The shield will be discarded. Or maybe not. That's not what's happening.
I think he changed his mind, maybe?
Okay. King's Private Stock first. And then Ember. Kings, yeah. Okay.
A lot of goodies going on.
Yeah, Drywall's hand now looking to be, roles have flip-flopped a bit in terms of hand size here. And Shadow with only 2 weapons on right now, and finds the Doug's Dagger. Doug's Dagger has a base damage of 3 and does +1 damage for each card that was discarded this turn. So again, we said we had a total of 5 deckhands in play. That's a total of 5 cards off the top because of Doug's ability. And after he does that, he'll be able to attack for +5 for a total of 8 damage. And that'll be
Queen's Cannon.
Queen's Cannon.
Master Smith.
Yeah. Master Smith. Yeah, a couple Master Smith, Queen Cannon. Yep, Queen's Cannon's going to be tough to get back into play. And then goes ahead and takes out that Jesse Rose there. Very nice. Queen Christikins can get that back into play, but it's going to be without a weapon. And right now, Ember's the only thing that's dealing damage back to him, especially with a 4-card hand. Let's see what we got here. All right, Raquelia coming in play. Jesse Rose will be sandwiched right in between there.
Draw 3 for Isabel.
Yep. King's Private Stock.
Drywall needs a Queen Hares right there.
Ooh, and does find the Gift of Valhalla. Man, this deck just don't stop. All right, so he's going to be able to reset that Jesse Rose Icebreaker setup he had. There we go. Second Wind.
Yep, running the Ember.
Wow. Second Wind to grab double Skylers. And now he's going to be able to exactly pinpoint where he wants Skylar. I mean, not this turn, following turns, but the threat of Skylar, he'll be able to pinpoint whichever creature he wants for the most part to receive some extra damage. And I'm pretty sure he still has, yeah, he's still cooking. Nine cards in deck. The rest of his deck is in his hand. So really, he's not going to Drywall is looking for Spartan's Order at this exact moment in time.
Yeah.
Because Shadow's saying to him right now, you can't discard anything if there's nothing in there to begin with. Especially if it's all in my hand. He does have 31 cards. He does have half his deck in the feral pile.
Yeah, Alpha, we happy to have you, man.
Heck yeah.
Creature is a master commentator, so it's nice. You can just listen and you know what's going on.
I say all sorts of silly stuff, man. I rambly. Drywall does appreciate it when I say cheeky, though. I got to get a few cheekies in for sure.
Shadow's still going.
Yep. Oh, wow. Shadow plays 3 Mysterious Strangers, so it's going to be very challenging here. All right. So Queen Christikins finally does get procced there, bringing the other Raquelia back into play. Raquelia on Raquelia. And we would have to assume here that we're about to see a flurry of weapons hit all these creatures. Here comes Frostbite number 2. Equipped to Isabel.
Bow of Vitality coming down onto Christikins. Icebreaker coming down onto Rakelia. This is perfect sequencing, too, from Shadow. There's a lot of moving pieces. Again, sequencing is really going to make the difference between an early player and an experienced player. So if you ever want to learn more on how to play these decks, be sure to watch some of these streams back.
Drywall just played a Halt.
Halt is good. It's a nice little Band-Aid. Unfortunately, you're staring down 4 weapons ready to go.
Yep, Doug's frozen.
Okay, hits into Ember with the Ironclad Shield. Ironclad Shield is blocking 4 damage and any status conditions, so Ember cannot be frozen. So that shield being equipped to Ember is guaranteeing Drywall that he's able to use Ember's ability next turn. Alpha, you missed Alpha. Violet, you're turning violet.
Don't worry, we will talk about it real quick at the end of the stream.
All right. And then let's see, is he still... What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, okay. So end turn. So wow, okay. Actually, Doug did survive that turn.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess it was
looks like he was going after Ember.
All right. Drywall now playing Let's Keep a Die on the Table. And he does. See, this is why you never pick tails. Always pick heads, guys. Anybody ever, going back and forth, tails, heads? Always heads. Drywall is 3 for 3 on dice rolls. He has not lost a dice roll yet.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, still got 5 deck hands, so it's going to be another 5 cards. How many?
Another 5 cards and another +5 damage ready to go on Doug's dagger.
What's Shadow's Grimoire
at? It's at 7.
Eee.
Yeah, but not to worry. He's pretty much slowly training the rest of his deck to look a certain way.
Okay, here we go. Frostbite, second wind. Is that Melody?
Yep.
And salvage.
1 salvage, 1 second wind, 2 bows. I almost have a feeling he has like 2 Mysterious Strangers in hand.
Yeah.
So, and then Queen's Cannon going down does smack Ember, Rakelia, and someone else. Nice play there.
Yeah, I don't remember who he had in that spot.
Oh, he also probably has Sizemore in hand too. So he's keeping all of his absolutely key components in his hand right now, I would have to imagine. Shadow is living quite on the edge here. Drawing his last 2 cards, he has Shadow no longer has a deck. The deck is now his hand. Everything else is in the feral pile. Shadow is living dangerously close. Does this pay off? Does he know exactly what he needs? Does he have enough? Even if let's say he does win this second round here, does he even have enough for that 3rd round? He thinks
Well, he has to win this round, right? Drywall 1?
Yes.
Round 1.
He has to. Yep. Salvage again, grabbing 2 frostbites, and now he knows exactly what's in his
I love
deck.
that he shuffled them.
Of course, you got to make sure it's correct, Draws back into.
Yes, well, you know what you're drawing.
Yep. Unfortunately, Crystale is the only one that can benefit from a bow right now. Oh, excuse me. Christikins is a thing. Ember's in play as well.
This is so wild.
Salvage
What did
again.
you play? Salvage? Okay.
Yep.
Grabs that melody.
Got to root for Drywall. He taught me at GalaxyCon. That's awesome. I would absolutely be rooting for him too. So yeah, Alpha, he won Season 3 Tournament of Champions. So he's looking to go back-to-back in this game right now. He is 3 rounds away from doing so. All right, so that Frostbite does come down onto Rakelia. Or, excuse me, Crystale.
All right, so now he's gonna attack, I guess.
$11 cards in hand for Shadow. 5 cards in hand for Drywall. Man, I really want to see his Feral Pile. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, sorry. Excuse me.
Very long turns.
Well, what's funny is then round 3 is going to go super fast. So he's got 4 cards in deck. He went from 0 to 4, and you know.
Now he's attacking, so he just took out Ember's shield.
Yep. Okay, Ember go bye-bye. Excuse me, Ember's down to 1 and frozen. Nice awkward transaction there. He's going to have to attack.
There goes Doug.
Doug goes bye-bye. Okay, and then second mate also correctly goes away. So, and that was what, turn 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've lived here before. Drywall's been in this spot before. Came back and won. Shadow's been in this spot before. I've seen him do something very similar to me.
Oh, I think he missed that roll.
Someone must have bumped the table on him, of course. That was not Drywall's fault. He failed that freeze check there.
Grab some water, I'll be back.
Ember, such a big component for this as well. So that being frozen could put a bit of a pause on in which he wants to play at. We do see the Bow of Vitality coming down onto that first mate there. Good for pretty much 1 attack right now. Third mate only has 1 Seither as is. So hopefully he's able to compound it with something pretty valuable here. He still has a couple shots with Queen's Cannon. Combo that into something for, what is that, about 6 Seither? Who does he want to target with that? Ooh, and we see another Queen Hair's Revenge come into play. That's plus 8 Seither to his total. Not only that, too, but it's also dealing 4 damage dead ahead to foes' creatures. Plus, we have a Queen's Cannon and a Bow of Vitality. This is going to get juicy here. Big turn. So Queen's Cannon is definitely eyeing up Queen Christikins. He's going to force out that Sizemore, but before we get into that, Christikins will go Feral. What else can he do here?
No.
Sorry, you'll be back. Wow, he goes for interesting. Okay, so he targets down Queen Christikins with Queen's Cannon. Uses third mate to hit into Rakelia to deal 3.
Yeah, that way she can't attack unless... Oh, she gone.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Not too bad. I see what he's trying to do. He's just overall weakening everything. And then, it never feels good to use Queen Hair's Revenge just to hit one creature for 1 damage. But in the context of what he's kind of doing, I get it. So makes it hard. Like Frostbite can't attack right now, or excuse me, Ember with Frostbite can't attack right now. Needs +1 more Seither here. However, Rakelia does have Glide, which he could just simply move over to Rakelia or Ember and get an attack off. However, it would leave Crystale after attack down to 1 Seither as well. So you kind of pick and choose. It's irrelevant. They have the same weapon equipped. There we go. There's the first Stranger. And we do see that Icebreaker going down, Salvage, and Melody going down. You'd have to anticipate that Salvage coming right back to hand there. He could use, and correctly grabs the second Mysterious Stranger and Queen Christikins back to hand. Does leave out that Salvage. Oh, he doesn't need to because he has Ember still. He has 2 Embers. So really, he's grabbing double. He's grabbing 2 treasures each turn that they are in play. And playing them. So, yeah. Kind of scary. So here comes that second wind. And then if you take them out again, they just come right back.
He didn't play a creature yet, right?
Nope. All right. Isabel being discarded.
I tell you, if I'm drywall, I want Mothi right now.
Yeah, I would have to think. Yeah, he's just pretty much chaining and really cherry picking and building out his deck how he wants it to be for the next round.
I want Mothi and I want to grab that Stranger.
And this just goes to show, not only does Shadow take this more, right? We've seen this deck just kind of do a beat down, but also to be able to kind of sequence to get to this repeatable stage and really kind of fine tuning exactly what is going on with complete control. This just speaks volumes to who he is as a player as a whole, his skill level, his experience, and why he's in this top spot and held it, right? So
yeah,
what an absolute masterclass of what he's doing, and really adapting to the situation, because it's not a plan A response to this type of pirate deck, right? You really have to kind of exercise and some of your approach or strategies, right? You saw Eric try to just take it on head on and it just didn't work, right? It absolutely fizzled out. So you have to kind of figure out these alternative win conditions or paths to kind of secure yourself a bit more. So there's lot more game to be played in this game. But if this is any indication as to how this game might finish, it'll be fun to watch. Salvage and second win. Salvage and second win.
Yeah. KPS. But I'm guessing he doesn't have another Ember in his hand. So after this round, that's going to be hard to do. I mean, he can also always grab her with the stranger.
Yeah, he has the
but as long as he keeps the second win in the Grimoire for next round, he'll be good too.
Yep. Drywall's just left.
So 25
Queen Hair's Revenge, a Queen's Cannon, and a third mate. Right, and we see Shadow sitting right around his average SPR that we were talking about right at the beginning of the show. This is where he lives, right around this medium place, and everything's ready to go. And if it goes down, just cycle it back.
Oh, is he using the ability of
Yeah, looks like he's using second mate's ability. If a pirate creature went feral during my foe's last turn, rescue a deckhand to my hand.
I mean, if he gets dug, that's 3 more cards.
Yeah, I don't know if... I don't think that's the way to go right now. If anything, I'd be trying to use deckhands. I'd be trying to use something like First Mate to get the rest of the deckhands out of my actual deck into play. Let them be discarded.
He didn't play a creature. He attacked.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, I think he should just be fueling up Pirate King at this point, or preparing for...
Natalia should be a 1. She was at a 4.
Ooh, he does elect to glide Christikins. That means there's not an extra creature coming into play this turn.
Unless I missed something, but Raquelia, I thought Raquelia was at a 4. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. There's the second wind coming down.
Yeah, he wants to get as many treasures back into that grimoire as he can.
No.
Salvage.
Okay, Queen Hare's Revenge coming into play. I like it too because also a future consideration, we did see 2 copies of Drywall from the first game he played. So getting these both out into play and in the feral pile for that 3rd round means Drywall is going to get a lot of value if he so chooses to do so in that 3rd round. Pretty nice. But he's also got a real shot at outpacing the Seither as well. Unfortunately, he did go first this round, so he won't be able to pull off that same play that he did previously. If anything, Shadow's going to be able to do that.
That double ember is so strong.
Yeah, you have to be targeting these down. Yeah, there's the Sizemore. Here comes Christica. And then salvage in hand to get those back. Then Sizemore. Within 7 cards to draw into in the 3rd round to guarantee Christikins again.
Ten cards now. And they're all weapons and treasures.
Yep. Got rid of all the fluff and it's just pure gas in there.
Ooh, Ironclad.
Yep, looking bleak. Into play too. Maybe an
Ember. Yep.
Just to try and discard that Sizemore. That'd be sick. Unfortunately for him, dude's just Shadow's got. Yeah, he's got a Mysterious Stranger in hand though. So we'll see, but that's some of the.
That's it.
Yeah. Well. Yep, and then Shadow's got his last turn. Yep. That's your turn. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, but why even? Oh, I guess he's getting whatever.
Yeah, you want Sizemore. Yeah, because if they're both in the feral pile, then that's no good. So
yeah,
that and Sizemore. I have to imagine. Yep.
Yep.
There you go.
Set it up for round 3.
Yeah, he's pretty much stacked and ready to go. Oh man. So it's almost more curious. Do you, well, you have to target down those embers. I think that's just the shortest way to do it.
Oh, he's still playing Shadow.
Yeah, he's probably just recovering as much as he could there. Yeah. But I think I'd be careful though too, because you could just brick your hand with full of inventory and no creatures, right. Mulligan into like 1 or something like that, and then what? Like yeah, I get
that's scary.
I think there's a ratio you have to be careful of. right? Because what is that now? That's 5 cards plus 3, 5, 3, 10, 13. Yeah, he's down to 18. And he's actually getting net plus. All right, so 2 more, so he's up to 20.
Yeah, I mean, you draw into salvage and all weapons, and that's not good.
Yeah.
Shadow is a beast, blonde.
Yeah, like people, you have to respect this. Like, this is incredible, to be able to crack this code and to have this balance of, this gameplay. That's incredible to see. And I love seeing people, how they approach the game, how they perceive certain things, and how he also adapted to a unique situation that really hasn't been seen to this level before either. So, yeah. Well done, Shadow. Well done, Shadow. Drywall, that's a tough one. I mean, I'm sure you're just sitting there just being like, beating your head against the wall there.
Okay, what's the deck count? So let's see what we got.
So he's at literally 20. He damn near hand-picked each of those 20 cards to be for this round.
What's Drywall got?
Drywall looks like he's probably got about 25-ish. Oh, wait, no, he's got 18. He's got 23. He's got 2 less cards than he does, so they're about even in cards. He already mulliganed. Drywall's, he's doing 3 cards for that mulligan. I think you're 100% correct. I think Mothy is very much the play here. I think
Pirate King.
Pirate King I'd save for the very end.
Yeah. No, Blind, this is round 3 of game 1, so there's 3 games.
Yeah.
This is game 1 of 3.
But advantage to Drywall. He's going second, so if he wants to play that cheeky turn 7 ball out, he can absolutely do it here and win the game. Shadow opening up with some Call to Valhalla's, getting that double Skylar play out. We got Crystale in there to cycle out. Discard a Valkyrie from my hand and draw 2 cards. Plays the second win, rescue up to 2 creatures with combined Seither of 4 back into play.
Here she comes.
Yeah. All right. I mean, what else can you say?
Got a nice little lineup there. I'm guessing he's looking for Stranger.
I would have to say he's probably looking for a shield as well. Probably on Ember.
Yeah.
I also don't mind the hold too. If he holds on to pretty much all inventory, then
Got 7 creatures out, so that was good. The Skylers too. We're gonna help him.
Yep.
All right, drywall. Call to Valhalla. Smithy. Smithy helps the artillery, right?
Yeah, it reduces damage to artillery. Yep. Adjacent artillery receives 2 less damage from foes' attacks. Shadow wants to take a break in between. I'm like, oh, you working up a sweat, boy? Your wrist is sore? No break. All gas. All right, we see the Avenger. Oh my gosh, I will be right back. Potty.
Oh, I saw he grabbed Mothi. I didn't play Mothi. Okay. Mothi's one of my favorite cards in the pirate deck. He pulls an icebreaker. It's a combat weapon. So any weapon's good. And no shields, no weapons out. So everybody is vulnerable right now, especially with the Skylers. Shadow plays another Ember. Grabs King's Private Stock, draws his last 2 cards. There's the Stranger. Let's see what he grabs. You can get anything you want with the Mysterious Stranger. So hero, inventory, chapter, anything. Grabs Jesse Rose. Procs the other Ember. Salvage. And grab some more weapons and shields. Throw it in his... That is his deck now. The 2 weapons. If he wanted, he could draw them with Isabel. Plays Jesse. Yeah, so he did need those. And here they come. I mean, I'm guessing he's going to take out Mothi if he gets another one out there. He needs to be able to do 4 damage because Skylar gives 2 and he can only do 3 with... Oh, but it's going to freeze him. Oh, and there's a halt. Oh, Jesse might give extra damage. I'm not sure. I can't see it. Doesn't matter anyway because he blocks it with the halt. Hi, Rather. Let's go. Yeah, so rather if you're just joining, this is round 3 of game 1. The finals. Yeah, drywall, repping your pirates, and then shadow with the Valkyries. Alright, looks like he's using cleaning duty to swap out Doug for Pirate King. Pirate King's gonna be super beefy right now because of all the dead pirates in the feral pile. Yep. And he's still got Mothy to... And with Mothy, his whole goal is to grab that stranger. If he gets that stranger out of Shadow's hand, it's gonna really hurt. Grabs Icebreaker again. That's not really gonna affect anything. Yeah, so it looks like Ember was his creature per turn. So now it's Shadow's turn. Throwing the bows out. All the bows. Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
So, Drywall pulled Icebreaker again with Mothy.
Nice.
So no stranger still in there.
Ah, dang. Okay. What's up, Rather?
Yeah, Rather's
Hello,
here.
brother. Hope your day's well, sir. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon or evening. Probably evening at this point. Yeah, see, this is what we were kind of alluding towards. Shadow just kind of minimized his deck to the perfect size with all the essentials in order to just kind of be very aggressive, consistent in this third round.
Yeah, he brought out all the bows last turn, so... But he's not attacking.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. If I were Drywall too, I'd be keeping a very close eye on his total Seither, and especially turn by turn. How much is he actually going up per turn, right? Because if Drywall can get just enough to kind of manage this third round to get him close, or at least get that Pirate King in range of taking the lead.
Well, that's the thing. Drywall grabbed Pirate King, so he used cleaning duty to swap out Doug for Pirate King.
Yep.
And Shadow did actually go after Mothy, but Drywall had a halt, so he stopped it.
Yeah, so we're down to Shadow's down to 5 cards in hand, 4 cards in deck. Or excuse me, 6 cards in hand. So another halt there. Very nice.
If he can grab the stranger with Mothy.
Yeah, if he grabs the stranger with Mothy, I think he can win.
But he only has 1 card. But he has Ember, so oh, there goes Mothy.
Yeah, he had enough there, and then Ember's
you're up against 6 weapons.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah.
There's Ember. See, so this might be it. And there's Pirate King.
Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, brother. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought he was like singing a song, or did that really happen?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even think of a song. If it's a song, I feel silly.
He said ludicrous.
Joke's on me. I'm not culturally diversified, apparently. That's hilarious. It's not hilarious if you're actually in the hospital with a broken nose. correct?
Yeah, I don't think drywall has no draw support or anything. Ember's gone.
Yeah. Oh, we see the table flip. We see the rare table flip. Wow. All right, game 1.
That was so close, though.
Goes to drywall. So, yeah, I think drywall going into the second game here just needs to be turn 1, get that Doug going. Just try and get lucky with a couple, you know. He's just really got to be pedal to the metal with that Doug and deckhand play.
Yeah.
And you saw the difference between he led turn 1 or turn 2-ish, something like that with Pirate Mothy. I know what he was trying to do by setting up his optimal hand to get like all of these deckhands out at once, plus Doug all in one turn. But sometimes it's just not like that, and you just got to get cards out quick, you know. But okay, well, yeah, I realize it's Lear. I'm glad you're okay. That's first and foremost.
Are they taking a break, or are they going into...
Oh yeah, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, they're taking a break. They're taking a breather here. So, oh yeah, go ahead and do the thing where it takes this down.
All right. Do we all want to take a break then?
There we go. Cool. Right. So let me just pop in, just checking with the boys real quick. Yeah, we'll be back in a few, y'all. Refresh your drinks, get a snack. Game 2 coming up. Advantage Shadow takes down game 1. Shadow is 2 rounds away from being crowned Season 4 Tournament of Champion here. Or, yeah, he's champion. But yeah, hang tight, y'all. Be right back for game 2 coming up soon.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. I'm ready. The boys are ready. Game 2. Here we go. Just about to start. Let me take this down. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's down. Sweet. Let's see.
Yeah, you want to switch over to... There we go.
Oh, shoot. I meant to do
down.
All right. Here we go. Game 2, round 1. Oops. Okay. Did I do it? I think I did it. Shadow now 2 rounds away from being crowned the champion. Season 4. There we go. Perfect. Drywall looking to extend this to a game 3 to come back. Again, Drywall's on the left here playing the Pirates, featuring Doug and his trusty line of deckhands. On the right-hand side, we have Shadow giving the full force to the Valkyries and Queen Christikins. Absolutely just running over right now. Here we go. Looks like Drywall is going to kick things off. Opens up with the King's Private Stock, draws 2 cards. Let's go. Anybody in chat? Do you think Shadow's going to close it out here? Or do we feel Drywall, the comeback king, the best comeback record, the best comeback stat in all of Canongard? Does he do it? I want to know. Drywall leads off with that call to Valhalla. We have to anticipate that Ember. Searching through, just kind of getting his bearings there. Goes for Ember and third mate deckhand. Let's see if he turns on the gas here with Doug in that deckhand line. Remember, last game he did open up and kind of take his time setting up for that, what he felt was the optimal situation for Doug and his deckhands. But let's see what he learned and took away from this. Can't see if he can't turn the tide here. No, Drywall did not win the game. Drywall won the first round, and then Shadow came back in rounds 2 and 3 to win game 1. This is the start of game 2. This is round 1. Shadow is all he has to do is win this first round and win this, and then win the second round to win the entire tournament. Sorry if I misspoke there. All right, another call to Valhalla, or Ember, proc Ember again. Ember's ability, once per turn, it can play a treasure card from my feral pile, then place it on the bottom of my grimoire. That's what you're seeing. So when he plays that call to Valhalla, it goes into the feral pile here, and then you use Ember's Echo ability to take that treasure card, play it again, and then place it on the bottom. So that's what we're seeing with this Ember and Call to Valhalla combo. Drywall did have 2 Call to Valhalla, so that's why we're seeing a few more creatures come into play here. And I love seeing this opening here. Grabbing that second mate deckhand and a first mate deckhand. Another first mate deckhand. Oh man, did he
go again?
Did he do it? Did he get the goods? He can go through his deck here and just outright grab Doug, and hopefully maybe a Smithy might be good. Smithy or first mate. All right.
Grace.
Regardless, that is 6 deckhands. That is 8 deckhands.
Yeah.
That is just under 10%. That's, yeah. In a 50-card deck, Shadow's about to lose 8 of them. Something's got to happen quick and hard. 1, 2. Let's pay attention here. We're looking for strangers in Sizemore. Mysterious strangers. If you're a Drywall fan, you want to see mysterious strangers here.
Smith, Sonia.
No Sizemore either. Okay, it's all right. If you don't see that, that's okay. Down to 42. So now Shadow's got to do deckhand control here. He has to swab the deck here and get rid of these things. So Crystale coming into play here, proccing her Echo ability, discarding a Valkyrie to draw 2 cards. Does just that. Shadow then plays Call to Valhalla, harvesting up to 2 non-hero creatures with combined Seither of 5 into play.
That second mate should be 4.
I think, yep. Ember procking Ember again, getting that Call to Valhalla. Skylar coming down. Both Skylars coming into play now. Pretty much his entire playable space comes down. Almost filled up there. Draws a few more. Still has his... No, Crystale was his creature play for turn. Then found Call to Valhalla to grab Ember, and then used Ember to proc Call to Valhalla to grab double Skylars. So Frostbite coming down onto Crystale, dealing 3 damage. Another Frostbite coming on to Ember to deal another 3 damage. Doug is going to receive plus 2 more damage with Skylar being adjacent to Doug. So 3 damage dealt from Frostbite plus the 2 from Skylar is 5 going to Doug. Mysterious Stranger now coming down from Shadow, discarding 2 bows, Bow of Vitality and Melody, plus a chapter card. I missed the chapter card. It wasn't a Mysterious Stranger.
Doug's got Ironclad on, yeah.
Oh yeah, Doug does have Ironclad on. And that chapter was Gift of Valhalla. Rescue a base inventory to your hand, then draw 3 cards. Yep, that Salvage coming back into play there. Grabbing Ironclad and a Frostbite. Cycle those back into the deck there. Salvage now going... into the feral pile. Wow, Ember on Ember action. Shadow's Ember with Frostbite is targeting down Ember on Drywall side, leaving it with 1 Seither left and freezing it. Crystale now going to target down an attack and just making quick work of Drywall's Ember there and calls it a day. Shadow just 100% okay with losing another 8 cards. I'm curious to see if Shadow has a minimum amount of cards he's willing to let this round go to before he concedes.
There's not much he can do with that Ironclad on
right,
Doug.
But he can just concede.
I know.
So, I mean, you know, I would have to think Shadow, unless significantly improves somehow, he might just scoop at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna just get rid of an Ember and pass your turn and not concede, why not just concede? So we'll see. If Shadow doesn't have a plan in mind, I mean, I know he's got a plan, but like, you're staring down -8 cards every turn. So anyways, Mothy, love to see the Mothy come to play. So now you have a few different targets going on. Low odds, but we love to see. Oh, and he snipes the queen.
My.
He snipes the queen. Wow. Incredible.
Oh my god.
Man. Absolutely. What a snipe. I'm not going to do the commentator curse or speak it into existence, so we'll just let it ride as is. Here's another 8 cards going down the drain for Shadow. Look out for Stranger. There's a Queen and a Stranger. A Stranger's discarded. Yep. Firefly supply carriage and a Stranger going down into the tubes for Shadow. Wow. Shadow now down to a 25 card deck on turn 2. Round 1.
Yeah, he's got 35 cards total. I could not allow that to happen again.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, what was your... that's my disconnect. Okay. Second, I believe that's actually the third Stranger. So he has to rescue a Stranger. Again, Mysterious Stranger. Discard the top 3 cards from your Grimoire, then rescue any 2. He does rescue a Mysterious Stranger and Queen back into his hand. Plays Queen for turn. So...
But how are you taking down Doug with an Ironclad?
Yeah, there's a lot that remains to be seen right now.
And you have Mothy.
You'd have to think something is going to happen here. So let's just see what he's got cooking. So he does play Jesse Rose, which does give +1 damage dealt from adjacent Valkyries. Shadow does equip Jesse Rose with the Icebreaker, deals 5 damage. And as long as the creature didn't go feral, it'll freeze it.
Oh, so he's going to freeze Doug.
He can't because Ironclad.
But Ironclad can't block all 5.
It cannot be afflicted by status conditions, period.
Oh, regardless. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't say, like, if I successfully block or whatever.
So really, there's only one creature that Shadow can target that's not a deckhand that won't proc Second Mate. I mean, I guess you could target Second Mate and Pirate Mothy. So Pirate Mothy is going to have to go down here. Not before losing out on another creature, though.
I feel like Shadow's just not bothered by the milling.
Yeah, he might be. I'm curious if the little overconfidence is kicking in here. On like, oh, I can make it work with any number of cards. We'll let it be. We'll let it cook. We'll see how it goes. But this is a much different dynamic of losing some cards now than it was last round. So it's going to be sketchy here. I know what he's trying to do, but I don't know if it's optimal given the current dynamic of this setup. I mean, you just keep doing what you're supposed to be doing with Doug, so... Because what? Do you scoop next turn? What do you do? 22 minus what? Does he still have 8? Yeah, he still has 8 in play. So, what's that? 14 plus 8? So he's at 22. He's at total of 30 cards.
I'm just thinking like he's like, well, I got Strangers, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, he's losing 9 cards. Yeah, but if the only card in your hand is Stranger.
I hear you. I would.
It's a good card. It's not, it doesn't say God on it. It says Mysterious Stranger. So.
He just pulled Smithy back.
Don't know.
Plays Cannon instead.
I don't know. I kind of like the Smithy for 9, but I mean, you're already doing 8. You're also playing against someone who, on the surface,
here we go. Call to Valhalla, Miss Firefly.
Oh, a cannon. That's good. Oh, another carriage.
Another supply carriage and another Master Smith.
Yep. Wow. All right, when's enough, brother? 8. He's at total of 22 unplayed cards. So 14 in deck, 8 in hand. Wow.
Got the hook. I'm guessing to grab Chrysicans.
Okay.
He brought up the hook.
Yep. Let's see. Okay. Then Fire Queen Cannon. Yes, draw 2. Okay, Gift of Valhalla. Able to rescue a base inventory and draw 3. Drywall for the love of God if you need Spartan's Order.
I'm guessing he's gonna bring out Smithy and then.
So he's okay. So he's just thinking he's just gonna draw the rest of his deck now.
Yeah.
So. I don't know. It's still a bit sketchy. Does upgrade to the melody though. Doug will survive this attack plus Skylar, so essentially Doug's gonna get 8 damage dealt to him. Ironclad will block 4 of it. Oh, shoot.
Well, okay. They need you.
Okay.
All right, let's see what they could be discussing. It's got to be something with the damage. Looks like it's about upgrading the bow. I think because it's a Kaig, maybe? Yeah, it's about upgrading the base Kaig to the melody. Yeah, the forged mud must match the origin base. If the base has no origin, then you're good, but I don't believe he's going to be able to forge some melody here. He needs a bow of vitality for melody. Hi, Miss Firefly. So this is the final game. This is game 2 of 3, and we've got Drywall versus Shadow. So Drywall is on the left playing the Pirates. Shadow is on the right playing the Valkyries. Shadow won game 1. So if he wins this one, he is the champion. If Drywall wins, they go to game 3. Hello.
Okay. All right.
So he was allowed to forge that bow?
Yeah, it doesn't state which one needs to be base or origin.
The way I read it was that it must match its base origin. So meaning the forge doesn't have Kaik, so it can't. That's how I read it. Forged items must match its base origin.
Unless no origin is specified.
Right, but that would be on the base. It must match the base origin. That's what you're going by, is the base. Like the base weapon's origin.
All right.
I mean, that's how I read it. I don't know. You're the... Comes down to what you say at the end of the day.
Okay. Well, that's what I said for now. So. And all right.
You say it's good, then it's good.
Yep. We'll just yep. All right. So what do we got here?
Finally getting Doug out of there.
All right. Looks like Doug is out. I mean, yeah, then Grace goes down, second mate goes down.
Yeah.
Third mate goes down to 1. All right, Avenger. Down to 8 cards.
And he just gets Doug right back.
Be nice if he had like a Noble Retreat, pick up first mate to replay first mate and Doug.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
He's still got the cannon, so he could do a lot of damage here with that.
Yeah, he's still got, yeah. Cannon plus Crackling. So, I mean, 9.
He could take out
deal 13 damage this turn to his opponent's board state, so it's pretty nice. I would absolutely try and target down that Ember. That Ember's putting in a bit of work. Doug for 6. Ooh, Sizemore goes down. Spartan's Order goes down. King's Caravan goes down. Wow, 2 King's Caravan. Wow, what a proc. A little bit less, but almost way more meat. Wow.
How many cards does he have now?
It should be 2. Yep. 2 cards left in deck. Round 1. This is Drywall's 3rd turn here. Targets down the Crystale.
Yeah, he wanted that melody gone.
Yep. And then Queen Cannon right there at the Queen. All right. Nice pickup from Drywall there. Turn it back over to Shadow here. Let's see how he responds. Have to assume a mysterious stranger could be lurking in that hand. He has a lot.
Drywall's at 25. To 11. He just played another Ember. There's the stranger. Deck is gone.
Do you ever concede as Drywall before he's allowed to kind of outfit his hand?
I mean, as Drywall, you want him to play cards. You want Shadow to play cards.
Yeah, but if he's gonna, right, if he gets the cycle going, you know.
Yeah, and then pulls too much good stuff out, you're saying?
Yeah, like if you're able to get... Yeah, he's just got to take care of those Embers, man. Like, I understand... Yeah.
Well, he can take out everything and leave Rakelia with 1 next turn. He can get the 1 Ember with the hook and then the rest with the cannon. No, not anymore. Well, I mean, I guess he's gonna attack now, so. Doug's safe because he can only do 6 damage. And he'll be frozen. That's gonna take Skylar out, though. Well, I guess he's gonna target Grace with the cannon. Yep, there goes Ember, Frostbite.
Yeah, I actually would have separated Doug from Grace when bringing him back into play. Because the 2 he receives from Great is kind of canceled out from Skylar, essentially receiving or dealing 2 more.
Right, I got you.
Because Frostbite's only dealing 3 instead of 5.
There you go. There you go.
We're back on track. Evens always wins. Beautiful.
4 deck hands. So that'll be all his whole deck there.
Needs a Spartan in order. Oh, Mothy will do well too.
Grab that
you need to wait
stranger.
to take out that Ember with the bow on there. The issue is he needs Kristikins and Ember out. Yeah, I think Drywall's shortcomings is just being able to draw up. Because he's almost there to do a few things. Yeah, the Queen Cannon, of course. That's good. And, oh, wait a second.
Raquelia's out too, right?
Hand too. Yeah, Sizemore's in hand.
Raquelia was at 4, I think.
No, the cannon got her last turn.
I thought she was going bye-bye too, but she's... This is just so funny. I'm having deja vu, creature.
Yeah, that's correct.
Brings out the bows. Rocks the cannon. And Mati's gone. I feel like Drywall needed more draw support.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like what I was saying, right? Is like that's some of his shortcomings. You know, he's got he's got a great strategy going on, very effective against a lot of these decks. However, when you're up against something that's shown a little bit, you need more. You just need that last piece. You know, that draw support is going to give you more opportunity to find that Spartan's order. You know, to really kind of manage some of these plays here. You know, I think in the build I did with this, I did 3 Spartan's orders. I was like, no, let's keep working on that hand size. Let's keep some draws going, etc. So, but you know, it's here we are. So what was that turn? Was that round? Shit, Taki. What happened?
That was round 1.
Drywall win that, or
Shadow won that?
Shadow won. Okay. All right. Well, Shadow is 1 round away from being crowned champion. Drywall put up a great fight there. Let's see though. 5 cards in deck.
That's wild. How many does Drywall have?
Drywall has 35.
A lot more to choose from. Shadow somehow finds a Call of Valhalla.
I'll be right back.
And I'm back. Okay. So here comes the queen. Sizemore go back in the grimoire. And I'm guessing he's going to bring out Ember so he can start. Yep. Start cycling through those treasures. Second wind. Salvage. $16. And that's it for Shadow. All right. All right, Drywall, what you got? Call to Valhalla.
All right.
Drywall setting it up.
Nice.
Interesting. He doesn't do the call.
I think he's realizing, or feels like he needs the more cards to see.
Yeah.
Always feels good. Always feels good. I don't mind it at all. All right. And that was all done with Call to Valhalla, correct? Like he didn't do creature play yet, or did he? Oh, maybe he did. Okay.
No, yeah, he did one Ember with call, and then he played Ember from his hand. Ember's been a busy girl today.
She certainly has.
She's putting in overtime. Here we go. That Ember is at a 7. Oh.
Yeah, both Embers going, well, down to 1. Okay. 26-8.
Who?
Huh? Who?
26-2 now.
Or excuse me, 2. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, heads on that. Oh, tails on that. All right, 50%. Funny how that works.
Let's see, I know he's got KPS. Maybe he's going to do that again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could have sent, do KPS, Ember, KPS, draw 4. We know Spartan's Order is in the feral pile for Shadow.
Yeah. He didn't grab a treasure?
He hasn't done anything yet, I don't think, other than rolling for Embers. Farmer's Market. Does he go for that draw 3 or does he go for 2 creatures? I imagine he'll go for... I think that's exactly it. Like he's just coming from... What's the score? Score is 26. Shadow has 26. Drywall has 8. This is round 2 of game 2. If Shadow wins this round, he becomes champion. Drywall looking to take it down here in the second win to extend it to a round.
Oh, he might be going for Pirate King again.
Yeah. Looks like it. Still think it's early. In my experience, Pirate King is better the later in the round.
He's going to use Ember to do cleaning duty again. Or that's how he used cleaning duty. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll take out Crystal. Okay. Just not going to do much because he can bring her right back. Just grab everything. Oh, those need to go on the bottom of the grimoire. And they did not get put on the bottom of the grimoire.
Did he play those off of Ember?
I thought he did. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. Shout out to everybody that's been here all day with us.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, man.
6 hours. Let's go.
Right.
Another market. KPS, yeah. Well, it's good to see him with draw support.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got some stuff he's able to work with, I'm sure. So again, he's the one that's going second here. He's going to be able to pull off that, big ending play like we've seen a few times with him before. But he also may need to kind of cook something up in between that as well. Does lead off with the drywall there. Drywall,
got a cannon in there.
Able to rescue an artillery and a treasure to my hand. So he's taking a look through the feral pile now. Yes, it is still early compared to previous.
Yeah.
You've been here for some of our earlier seasons. These games, this tournament went on for about 9-10 hours. Since kind of trimmed the format, and yet we're still here.
Did you see what he grabbed? Get that cannon.
I imagine he grabbed Queen's Cannon, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing second wind, so he's probably going to grab Ember. Oh, Grace, okay. Stranger, what did he grab? Spartan, was that a Spartan's order?
I was sending a message out. I didn't see.
It was a chapter, but I can't read it from here. Well, he's probably going to play it, so we'll see what it is.
Yep.
This cracks me up, this Ember combo he's doing.
Does play the carriage. Equips an ironclad shield to Rakelia.
Going after drywall.
Oh man. Come on, drywall. What you got, brother? Come on. And it's funny too. We left them unbothered this whole time. Those two embers. Granted, I know Queen's in play. You can get one back, but one's better than two.
We know he grabbed Pirate King, right?
Yeah, I think he's had Pirate King for a while. I think if it was Spartan's Order that he did grab, he's definitely got to be mindful of that. So. Ooh, does flash Jackbeard.
Why did he move it that way?
I'm not entirely sure.
You're going the wrong way.
What? Yeah.
How do they know which way we're going?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
That's a different movie, Millie.
I know. Where are we at? Where are we at right now?
What is happening? You just put the dagger and the cutlass on?
Yeah, so Jackbeard's ability allows it to equip to it on play. It doesn't take up creature spot for turn, so.
Right. I was just laughing because it was the dagger and the...
He's got all sorts of goodies all up on there. So Doug's dagger is going to do 3, 4. I think he's just trying to grasp at something.
Yeah, and then draw a card. And the break on Queen Hair should be a 2 now.
Yep.
And Jesse comes back. Raquel, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like it never even happened. Is Ironclad one-handed?
Yep.
Boom, bam. And Icebreaker's doing 5 each, so is he taking out Jackbeard?
Yep.
There's that Spartan's order.
Yep.
Hey now.
Wow.
So here's a thing. He just potentially threw Stranger away. But I'm guessing because he didn't have that many cards, and now he's doing KPS, so never mind. Odds are he got it back.
Wow. Okay.
Shadow is a tough opponent, man.
I'm curious if it's actually this. This is actually a very bad matchup. It actually just unlocks the most consistent version of Shadow's strategy, which is what's happening, right? So, because the amount of things he's able to do within the turn is still going to outperform and outpace any of the drawback that Drywall's deck is still providing.
Yep, here goes Jackbeard. He didn't move Queen Hairs again, right?
Yeah, no.
And he... I still don't understand what happened there.
Wow.
What, is that it? What's happening? He took it out with the bows? Is that what happened?
Yeah. It looks like it. Yep. I mean, he's got...
No!
Well, and there you go.
Drywall, no!
Great.
Shadow, congratulations!
Shadow did it. Oh, golly. Congratulations, Shadow.
Half of me is so happy and half of me is sad.
Yep. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Crazy. You know, and that's with Drywall hitting his round 1 optimal start with the deckhands and Doug and everything, you know.
That was crazy.
Absolutely incredible there. But yeah, Shadow for unlocking, you know, that's what I'm saying. You know, kind of trying to break it down and digest it. That's such a bad matchup for Drywall because or against this player per se, right? Because you discard everything and then you're just making a very consistent version, and then Shadow
it just did not matter. It did not matter.
Yeah, you're just unlocking the loop, and how, you know, it just goes to show how little of a set of cards you need for Shadow. And
the only thing that would have helped is getting rid of the Stranger, and then taking out Christikins, and then the Embers, so that way you could kind of stop that.
Yes. Yep.
That cycle.
Yep. Tough opponent there. And there you go. Season 4 Tournament of Champions.
Shadowfoot.
Shadow. Congratulations. Great games. Absolutely. Alpha.
Sorry, I don't have confetti ready and stuff.
Awesome.
Wow. Amazing games too.
Shadow must
Everybody
be nerfed or nerfed.
Did really good.
I agree. Awesome. Very cool. Oh yeah, Frank's been gone for the whole time, hasn't
he? Yeah.
Very good. Cool. Well, there we go.
All right, so before we leave, I'm just going to show the little alpha again.
Ooh. Seither Chronicles Origins.
We have to look forward to, you guys. This is what we're working on right now. It's going to be a drop of booster packs. So you're going to be getting new cards, new artwork, new abilities, all kinds of things coming soon. So that's the alpha for today. And then we have Shadow.
Welcome to the stage, our champion.
Shadow.
Hello.
What's up? Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. I have to say that great games to both Joel Nightfall and Drywall. I had a really fun time playing with you guys, and I was watching Eric Sam as well. You did a really good job as well in your match against Drywall.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
You just wouldn't go down.
Yeah, it's you know, it's solving that riddle, right? It's, you know, because like I was saying on the stream too, it's like all season long you see a very aggressive approach. You know, you have, you know, pretty much in the top of your head 1, 2, 3 of what you're looking for, right? And then you get thrown this wrench where, hey, this isn't a very aggressive mill strategy, where we saw it earlier with Eric, who was like, you know, is a different outcome. And this, it seems like you're able to identify that path to victory, where essentially it was almost probably the best matchup for you because it allowed you to get to your consistent set of cards exponentially faster and finding the loop and just repeating.
It definitely comes down to a bit of luck, because you were probably saying, hitting a mysterious stranger that would have shut me down very quickly if all of them had gotten rid of it. And yeah. I think I have to thank you a little bit, Creature, because you were the first person I did with the mill deck. So so I definitely got some practice with playing you, and I definitely think the Valkyries, I think, have the best strategy of recovering from the mill just because of the Ember spam. Because every other deck, I think, plays Ember just to do the Call of Valhalla repeats, but with Christikins being able to summon it back, spamming treasures to restock I treat my hand basically as my deck at this point.
Yeah.
Because I get everything back in my hand. It's going to go back into my deck anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That was wild.
Yeah. No. Well, it's a great conclusion and an epic final chapter to your season 4 journey here. Finished just exactly how you started. Proud of you. Very proud to have you alongside Battle Bunnies and Seither Chronicles, and a great representative, and showcasing a great performance for Valkyries and people looking to get into the game and people who enjoy and support the Valkyries. This is a great, you pretty much put on a clinic for those Valkyries. So kudos to you.
I hate to break it to all those Valkyrie fans out there. Once Creature releases those sorcerers, I'm going full sorcerer. So sorry to break it to you.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, yeah. There's going to be some great things to come with all of the decks in the mix now. Seeing what other strategies are, swirling around, and yeah, awesome stuff today, man. Congratulations. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Congrats.
Nice.
And we'll see what happens next season.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Next season. So next season we'll take some time with our next chapter here is going to be hopping into some testing. So if you're watching this stream and you're checking some stuff out right now, our next stage for us is testing some of those new cards. So if you'd like to be a part of that process or take a sneak peek at it, we are going to be releasing the Sorcerers and the Spartan classes coming up next. So the next time Season 5 is starting to come around, we'll have access to all 6 of those classes. Lots of fun to play with. So, but yeah, definitely check us out on Discord and our Battle Bunnies website as well. So, but thank you again to everyone who hung out this afternoon and evening supporting us and rooting and cheering on your favorite players. And shout out to Jalil, Nightfall, Eric, Drywall, and Shadow for being incredible sports and good sportsmanship and everything. Great games today, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Creature.
Yeah, and now too, Shadow, you set the bar pretty high. I think some people are going to be, when the Seither Cup comes around and any future, seasons and league play and stuff like that, it's, you got the bar, man.
Yeah, so. I'm definitely looking forward to the Seither Cup, and in person is a whole different battlefield, especially like facial expressions and everything, because I know you guys are big poker guys, so you're all about the poker face and stuff. I think I personally have a horrible poker face, so I think I've definitely thrived a little bit better in here than in person. If people can read my moves a little easier.
Yeah. Stop, cam, mute button, let it all out real quick, come back, and be ready to play. So yeah, most definitely an element. But for today's experience, you prevailed, my friend. So. But yeah, thanks for hanging, and hope you get a good night, and we will catch you in our next one, hopefully, right? So yeah, sweet.
All right, good night, everybody.
All right, y'all, take care, have a good night, see ya.
Good night.